Yeah. Welcome. Welcome to the transparency. It's a Saturday. Hell yeah. I don't usually go live on Saturdays, but today I'm doing like a banger. I got this live here, Idaho4, FBI spanked by Hitler. Or did Hitler spank the FBI? What do we got going on here? And then Dylan Mortensen's GoFundMe was halted. We have a lot we're going to talk about. I noticed that in Idaho, they like to basically reverse the titles of things. So I figured if I said the FBI spanked by Hitler, then the next thing that we're going to get is that the FBI is going to spank Hitler. So I'm just doing a little reverse psychology here, hoping that it's going to give us some stuff that we need. You guys, shit's a coming. I was cleaning out some of my stuff. I'm putting new boxes together here. And I came across, I don't know if I told you guys this, but Idaho's fucked up. You guys know that? Idaho's really, really fucked up. And shit's brewing in Idaho, like on all levels. Yeah. So much so that Hitler had to take, I don't know, like a 3-month hiatus to go ahead and say, hey guys, I have this order finally. I haven't really talked to you guys in months, but here, my birthday week, March 12th, 2026. I really wish it would have been on March 13th, but before the court is the state's motion to reconsider, please reconsider the unsealing of certain documents relating to the FBI. Why? Because the FBI did everything in this case. Because somebody like me that has paid attention to every single aspect of this case, right? And people like you that have done the same thing because you're here and you're at other locations that have been doing the same thing. And when I'm saying other locations, not mainstream media. Mainstream media isn't digging through these. Mainstream media isn't pointing out for lack of better words, the laughable shit that we've been seeing. And it's not just this case. Last night, I was watching with you guys a body camera of everything to do with Henry Tenon. And for the first time ever, I witnessed and saw that the purpose that they put on these flex cuffs on Henry Tenon was to get DNA off of these cuffs that they were going to then swab for DNA. And I'm like, I've never heard such a thing or seen it. Because how can they get his DNA off of putting these cuffs on him? What's going on? Like, they weren't normal cuffs. Anyways, you're going to have to go back and watch it. But I'm curious to see how that all unfolds. It's just like, it's in front of our faces. It's in front of our eyes that the government just is doing whatever the fuck they want. All right. And when you don't have lawyers that are willing to, call it out and the media to call it out. I mean, thank God there's the platform called YouTube, because that's the only way, that's where everything's getting called out. Nothing's getting called out. When do you ever watch mainstream media cover, or the news, local news, cover a case and point to something that's like a no-no? You just don't see it. And I thought that's what the media was supposed to do. So thank God for places like YouTube. But why is the state putting in a motion to reconsider the unsealing of certain documents related to the FBI in this case, when the FBI did all the work in this case? The FBI did all the work in this case. Go through the reports of Moscow Police Department. They didn't do shit. They did not do a fucking thing in this case. Go through the reports of Idaho State Police. They were errand boys. They were like, here, take the stuff that, just so we can check it off. So here we go. FBI, the state's like, oh, we got to protect the feds. Specifically, the state requests that the court redact from court records the FBI agents' identities and contact information on grounds that the information is confidential and exempted from disclosure. What? We should know who did what. I don't need to know your contact information, but I want to know your name. The state has identified 11 records containing this information, 6 of which have already been unsealed in part or in full and made public, and 5 of which are pending partial unsealing. The court agrees that absent a showing that the public interest in disclosure overweighs privacy concerns, Exemption 6 and 7 of FOIA protect against the disclosure of the identities of federal employees and involved in law enforcement. Hitler then goes on to give a couple different cases here. Typically, the only time the public interest outweighs the privacy interest is when the FBI is accused of wrongdoing or other misconduct. I mean, I think they are being accused of wrongdoing or other misconduct. How can anybody in this case say that Ann Taylor did not accuse the FBI of wrongdoing? I think Nye said it himself that if the FBI did X, Y, and Z, that would be a burden to the state for that stuff to then get tossed. I mean, it's absolutely laughable. But absolutely was the defense accusing the state/FBI of wrongdoing. So typically the only time the public interest outweighs the privacy interest is when the FBI is accused of wrongdoing or other misconduct. Here, there is no accusation that the FBI engaged in wrongdoing, and therefore no basis to find that the public interest outweighs the FBI agent privacy interests. I mean, is Hitler just trying, like, to get? What? They enter DNA databases that they are barred from. They also, Nick Balance is part of the FBI, is he not? He is 1000% being accused of basically, like, what? What is Nick Balance being accused of? Giving false information to who? To Payne. I mean, I'm just, it's like, wait, what? This is why Ann Taylor was like, I want to voidar Nick Balance for like a good while. And Hitler's like, you can ask one question, basically. Thus, had the state objected to the revealing of FBI agents' names and contact information when provided the opportunity, the court would have agreed to redact the information pursuant to, but they never asked for it. The problem is that 6 of the documents identified by the state are already in the public realm. And like, so let me just explain something to you guys now. Basically, everything that we have in the public domain right now and what we are able to see, the state didn't have any issues with those FBI agents' names out there because, and whatever they're attached to, because there's nothing bad. Now, these reports that we've been waiting on, okay, so these idiots didn't go and protect those just people that were doing their jobs. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Oh, wait. Here, wait, you got to seal this. You got to seal these people's names, man. Come on. It's like, how obvious. I mean, these people are dumb. Okay. It's just dumb. It's so obvious that these are the people and these are the reports that you want to be sealed and their names because you know that it's fucking pathetic and it's bad and it's wrong and it's illegal, right? And it shows you that the state knows this. They fucking know it. Dude, Put someone like me, okay, in charge of these hooligans. Okay, because I'm going to make you, hey, stand by your work, whatever it may be, or come out here and just admit that you were wrong. Okay. Hey, I can't wait to admit that I was wrong, and that Turtle Boy didn't commit any crimes, and he shouldn't go to prison for however many years because he actually violated the Massachusetts codes and blah, blah, blah. The way I see it is yes, he's going to go to prison because he violated the color of the law. Okay. You can't do X, Y, and Z. And his phone records prove that he knew exactly what he was doing, and he was doing it for X, Y, and Z purposes. Okay. Like, wow, talk about intent. And then he recorded himself doing it. Okay. Wow. Now, does that mean, okay, that I think Karen Reed is guilty? Fuck no. Karen Reed was framed. But more importantly, at the end of the day, Karen Reed's case, John O'Keefe's murder, right? Same thing with like these 4 kids, students, young adults, okay? We are all deserving of an investigation that has integrity, that is fair, that is honest, that has people in the positions that they know what the hell they're doing. And if they make a mistake, you guys, it's human. We're all human. We're going to make errors. Okay? It's not going to ruin a case if you admit that you made an error. If something that was contaminated or whatever, hey, that happens. Because you didn't swab something the right way, I promise you, it goes back and it was like, oh, that swab I couldn't get anything off of it. It was actually probably a mistake that you made when you did what you did. Okay, but we just hear about it on the back end and it's just like, oh, there wasn't anything value. There was no value in that. Well, really, could there have been because you didn't do it the right way? Of course. Anyways, moral of the story here is that the government, the state, is literally seeking out a judge to protect what? To protect what? This case was supposed to go to trial and to be seen in front of everybody. All of this stuff, all of these people would have been testifying. All of the reports would have been out there. All of the exhibits would have been out there, right? So what the fuck is going on? And the only thing that this will allow is if we can't see stuff after the fact to make sure that both sides of the government, meaning when I say both sides, it's the government, because at the end of the day, Ann Taylor was paid by who? Us, the taxpayers. So the government's running both sides of it. We have a right to see that this charade didn't continue on for 3 years so that a bunch of people can make a bunch of fucking money. Right? And when we see people like, I'm over here in the Shanna Gardner case, Henry Tenen only gets $5,000 for a criminal researcher. Are you kidding me? $5,000? You guys, that's 5 to 6 weeks worth of work at 40 hours a week. For a murder in the first degree. What? But yet we have a case like this in Idaho, and it's just like Henry Tenen's lawyer needs to be filing motions to break that all down and say, how is that possible? Let me explain this to you. And that's why when I ever started my nonprofit Fight for a Family, it was designed with that in mind, like that these public defenders offices, they need resources. And I was like, well, crowd not funding, but crowdsourcing. We have so many people that have amazing talents of like, hey, just to like sift through things and look through things, that we'd be able to help a public defender's office. You know how long it takes to go through material? You know how quick 40 hours, $5,000? Are you kidding me? How can that possibly help a PI? That's crazy. That's crazy. Meanwhile, the state, in that case, has been putting a case together with people getting paid 6-figure salaries. Okay? For years. You can't go up. I don't care how much money you have. The power of the government and the resources that they have is endless. That's insanity. And that's why the number one thing is you cannot waive your right to a speedy trial or you are fucked in this country. I'm this close to going to law school just so I can like go and like debate these law professors and talk about why aren't you guys prepping your lawyers, your students, your law students here to be able to handle a speedy trial? I really need to know this. I think that AI and law need to go hand in hand. An AI software program, if you put in material, it can like go ahead and like find whatever you're looking for, right? That's what they're trying to create. I'm telling you, circumstantially, you can create any case against anyone. You really can. Especially if you have years to do it. Years? Oh my God. You know how expensive that is? I learned it when I helped the Moors. When I saw one of their bills for 1 month was $60,000. 60 G's. $60,000. Two to three grand of it just on one line was watch Truth and Transparency YouTube channel. They were getting billed because they were like, hey, Lana broke down, blah, 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 blah. And they sent me a little clip of one of their bills, and it has my name, Truth and Transparency, and how much was billed to watch my fucking channel for 4 hours. $1,200. $1,200 for 4 hours. What? Damn. You know? So think about that. So the state wants to protect the feds. The state wants to protect the feds. They are writing huge, hefty motions that they have to seal. So we can't see their arguments on why they believe that this should not be given to us. This was 4 kids that were murdered while they were sleeping, supposedly, right? And I want to know how somebody thought that they could ever get away with this, right? And I want to know why the government would ever want to make a plea deal with someone like this and not make an example out of this person, because I look at Georgia, they didn't give a guy a plea deal whose son shot up a bunch of kids at school, right? They took his ass to fucking court and tried him. And he was found guilty of secondary murder. He was found guilty on all 20 some charges. He wasn't even there. Right? He didn't have anything to do with it, right? Well, not according to Georgia's law. You better know your state laws. And I'm over here like, the state is protecting the feds in a case where the state did no fucking work and it was all the feds. The state doesn't even know what they're protecting. You put up your state employees to ask to get asked questions on a mic under oath, and you have Maury and Payne looking like the most idiotic fools, not knowing anything. I'm sorry, but if I was entrusted with a quadruple homicide in my career, okay, that would be taking up all my attention, all my focus, and I'm supposed to be a detailed oriented human because that's why I'm in the role of a lead investigator, a detective, and you're going to have me on the stand and I'm not going to know questions about what my role was in this case. You got to be kidding me. Taking remedial measures at this point would be futile. Thus, the state's motion to reconsider is untimely as to these documents and therefore denied. So Hitler's like basically saying, if you would have done this, so this is a technicality, guys. Do you understand that? We are getting the information on a technicality. Make sure I'm explaining this correctly to you. This is what you call a technicality, okay? If the state would have done X, Y, and Z from jump, we wouldn't be getting anything. You understand? That's basically what Hitler is saying. Hitler is saying that I'm denying this because it's untimely. If you would have done it when it was X, Y, and Z, then all of this could have been redacted. But you didn't ask for any of that. And you're asking for it now, and it's like pointless. Because he's basically like, because Hitler's not a moron, and he's like, well, we didn't protect these other FBI people. And the state's like, well, they don't need to be protected because they actually, their work is actually fine. You see how fucked up that is? That, to me, shows you the integrity wasn't to ever protect truly the identities of anybody. It was only to protect the wrongdoing and the people that were doing the wrongdoing. You understand? It's kind of like when I was a coach. I didn't have rules for my star athletes. I didn't have rules for if you were a freshman, sophomore, junior. No, I have standards. I'm not going to babysit you. Okay? I'm going to be respectful of you. You're going to be respectful of me, and you're going to be respectful of our teammates. Okay? Everybody is across the board and equal. You miss a practice, blah, blah, blah. It's the same. The rules are the same. It does not matter who you are. Now, your role as a player on my team, not everybody has the same role. That's different. But if you got caught breaking one of my rules, if you weren't living up to the standard of the team, then your consequences are the same as anybody else's. It doesn't matter if you're my star player. I will bench your ass. Because you should be leading by example. If anything, your fucking punishment should have been worse. But so I have a problem with this. The state is saying there was never any integrity and any purpose. So they're basically lying when they're trying to pull this whole, well, it's a privacy concern. Fuck you. If it was a privacy concern, then you would have done it with everybody. No, it's a wrongdoing thing. So thus the state denied as to the 5 documents which have not yet been released to the public. The court grants the state's motion and will ensure the information is redacted as requested by the state. And I'm like, what? Like, listen, we're going to get this information eventually as time goes on. We're going to find out exactly who's who in all of this. I just want the reports. Okay. I need the reports. We need the information. We're building a timeline. I cannot produce my documentary until I have everything that's been through the public docket accounted for. It would be an absolute, why would I ever do that? Why would I ever do something without all the material? You'd be fucking stupid to do that. But this tells me that the state went the lengths to protect the FBI. And so in this case, in my opinion, the FBI and the state will always be protecting themselves and each other when it comes to this case. But at the end of the day, the facts will always remain the same, which is they weren't smart enough when they did shit and they got caught. And I believe that Cy Ray caught them. I believe that Tom Slavinsky caught them. I believe that the crime scene experts caught the problems. I believe that Josiah Roloff caught them. Josiah Roloff was Dan Moore's phone expert, in case you guys didn't know that. That's how I knew about Josiah Roloff from Jump. Josiah Roloff's one of his people that worked for him. She was in, what case did she just do? People try to give her like a hard time. I'm going to try to get her on the show. Yeah. It'll come to me. Give me a second. Let me grab my, I have a piece of paper I have something on. Okay. Here we go. So I just want to use the Michael McKee case as an example, but it goes for like the Idaho4 case. All right. Now, in the Michael McKee case, which is the case here out of Ohio, they're basically alluding to the fact that he left his phone at his place of employment. So think about the Brian Colbert case, the Idaho4 case. It's like if Brian Colbert would have left his phone at home, all right? And so his phone would have just been on and it would have just been in his apartment, all right? Now, I know a lot of us have always asked, what an idiot. Why would he shut off his phone right before he went and did this? Like, why wouldn't he just leave it at the house, his apartment, and let it be on watching like YouTube or what the fuck ever? Who cares, right? In the McKee case, so I had questions that I sent to a digital forensic specialist. Okay, I'm not going to say their name, but they have a CV as long as, anybody out there. So these are my questions that I had. So let's see how I want to do this. I wanted this guy to walk me through if I was to be a lawyer and to reach out to him and say, hey, how does the process go? Like, if I believe like, hey, I have a defendant here. I have Brian Colbert. Okay. Walk me through the process. But we did it with the McKee case. And so he says, as for your questions, it might be helpful to understand the process I usually follow when I get on a case. Even when a not guilty plea, the goals of the defense can change throughout the case. So I usually start by asking if they have a defense strategy and if they are trying to answer specific questions. Sometimes I am tasked with just verifying what LE is saying, or just to isolate specific conversations between parties. I follow what the attorneys are asking. Of course, if during my review I find inculpatory or exculpatory evidence, I bring it to their attention. My job is to tell the attorneys what the evidence says, good or bad, so they can do their job in advising the defendant. Okay, this process matters for you guys to understand why when we see the reports that we do and we see the things that were brought forward in the Idaho4 case, right, and truly what it's telling, because if you have an ethical person, somebody with integrity that's working for you as a defense attorney, and you go to them, you know, all eyes are on this, right? Your careers. I'm not going to fudge anything. I'm not going to lie about shit. Fuck that. So I was like, give it to me straight, you know? This is how walk me through this process. In a murder case, I'll sometimes only be provided the Cellbrite Reader, the UFDRs, which is just an interactive report for mobile devices. So I ask for the full raw extractions also, because I want to be able to perform analysis using other tools. And that's what Josiah Roloff did and Tom Slavinsky did. If you just get the reader report, that's just what the state, here, this is what we're going off of. Okay, you need the raw data and you can pull what you want to pull from if you know what you're doing. Okay, so if they provide the UFDR, there are often files missing. And the data represents what the single tool parsed out at a specific time. So for example, in when Turtle Boy put out Lindsay Gaetani's shit, I immediately saw that there was a hell of a lot missing. Hell of a lot missing. And that's when I knew. I was like, oh God, this is not going to be good. Not going to be good. In the Jennifer Drake case, Brian Drake, Dan Moore case, I had wrote an email and said, hey, did you ever have anybody do your own stuff from the raw data? And they hadn't gotten that far in the criminal case. So everything that was only done from Jennifer's and Brian's phones were what the state did. There's a lot more if you have somebody doing it from the raw data. Just saying. A lot more. So if they provide the UFDR, there are often files missing and the data represents what a single tool parsed out at a specific time. Sometimes I engage 3 years after the incident. Like that's when they get engagement to say, hey, bringing them in. That's what happened in the Delphi case. Now think about the Delphi case. How many years had gone by, right? And now, whatever her name was, Stacy, she gets brought in August and a trial was in October. But here they had that. So this is what he's saying. Like, sometimes I am engaged 3 years after the incident. So the tools update and are able to parse new artifacts. This is why I believe that Karen Reed wants her phones back. Okay. Or they fix issues in their interpretation of timestamps, etc. This is what happened also in the Karen Reed case, that 227 Google search. You guys, that glitch that happened with Cellbrite, I'm on a mission to find cases that could actually potentially help exonerate some people, because that was a glitch. It wasn't Googled at 227. It was a glitch. But guess how many people probably were found guilty of something because of that? Yes, and by the way, Lead Pipe passed away, so rest in peace, Hennessy. Absolutely. I had the pleasure of meeting him. He's fucking awesome. Badass motherfucker, man. I love him. He's just so raw. I love raw people. Just like no grit, like no glam. Just you are who you are. Own it and just love life. Just do it. Embrace the cringe, embrace the fun, embrace mistakes. Just, hey, when you're just a pure-hearted person, like you're fine. Where was I? Sorry. Okay, so I regularly so there's new artifacts or they fix issues in their interpretation of timestamps, etc. I regularly submit issues to the tool companies when I find they are placing a timestamp in the timeline view as UTC, but the log they pull it from is actually stored in local time. Okay. I'll also commonly get call detail records / timing advanced, etc. I also get search warrant returns from Google, Instagram, Life360, Apple, etc. And then I also get vehicle extraction data in some cases, LPR, body cam, etc. I don't always review everything. It just depends on what the lawyer is asking you to do. Now think about this. If you have a really good criminal researcher, that's what I think. If somebody was to ask you like what my strength is, I can connect dots really quick. My logic and reasoning and thinking skills and critical thinking skills are top notch. And I'm able to put a timeline together and I'm able to immediately, if you're saying something and I know that it's not true because I know what already exists, I'm able to get that really quick because of the timelines I create and the photographic memory that I have. That's when people ask me like, well, what do you do? I don't know. I put together discoveries. I'm able to take a discovery and dig through it. And if whatever the state's saying or the opponent, if you're a plaintiff, if you're a defendant, whatever they're saying, and you're saying that it's not the case, I'll be able to find it. And if I can't find it, I'm telling you it doesn't exist. But I think that's just the best way to. But a lawyer doesn't do that. A lawyer needs somebody that does that. And so I see defendants don't have that. And that's why these lawyers, I'm sorry, but in the Karen Reed case, I think that they went off of bad. I don't know who was doing the criminal researching for them in the discovery, but that's why I went to trial too. I'll just say that. Other cases that I see that had happened. Well, when I met with Dan Moore's attorney and I pointed all this stuff out and they're over here like, how did we miss this? I'm like, what? I don't know. And I don't blame the lawyer because the lawyer's like, I don't know. But people think that lawyers do all this shit. That's not what they do. They do some of it, but not like this. That you need a team and then you're building shit. I don't know. Oh, the Holly Bobo case, my recent example. I destroyed the Holly Bobo case. And right now I'm halting talking about the Holly Bobo case because I'm waiting for the ruling of the judge. Okay. The Holly Bobo case is nothing what anybody has ever been told. You know who else think is really good at it? Dr. Katie Spirko. Speaking of which, here's a spoiler alert. Me and Dr. Katie Spirko are working on a project together. And we're going to be doing a podcast. So look the fuck out. Yeah. Look out. It's going to be insane. And it's going to include everybody that loves to dig into cases and be part of something. It's going to be awesome. So going back over here, So in this case, which I wanted to ask about the Michael McKee case. So in this case, it sounds like Mike McKee's phone may have been in Chicago. If I were LE, I would attempt to get a geofence warrant from Google, maybe a cell tower dump, search warrant from any email addresses they identify could be tied to the crime. They have to have a reason to get it, or the defense may seek to exclude it. Because this is what I'm going to get into with this, which is how are you getting search warrants for different email addresses? How are you finding these email addresses? Where are you getting this information from? To just like include them in a search warrant so that you can get anything associated with it. You know, where does that all come from? I've had that happen in a homicide before, where if they got a Google search warrant, it would include everything from Gmail, timeline activity, browser searches, and history, if synced to the cloud. YouTube data, Google Maps, login IPs, devices associated with the account, etc. Apple search warrant, also searching for other devices associated with the account. Call detail records for phone numbers or phone IMEIs. If a phone was found in a vehicle they have identified as possibly related, this can prove location data, some call records, identified payment methods, and other devices associated with the accounts. Vehicle infotainment extraction from vehicle. Let's say that the phone was located in Chicago. I would review the call detail records for location data and look at the phone activity to see if the phone was powered off, actually used, had any suspicious searches or browsing history, health data that indicates steps taken, heart rate, etc. Because also with my line of questioning with this amazing human was incorporating the Dylan Mortensen, Bethany Funk health data. Okay. I tried to identify any apps that existed or previously existed on the device, and I would seek search warrants for those accounts in case the providers had records on their servers. Okay. And so this is where I believe Cyray was coming in and Tom Slavinsky and saying that a lot of things weren't done, like everything to do with the roommates, right? They're the surviving roommates. I think they're just as important in victimology as why they weren't killed if they were in that house, right? Yes, right. Exactly. I learned this in school, right? I do have a criminal justice background. And so it's like, hey, they're just as important as the people that were killed, because why weren't they killed? So we want to establish, like, were they there? Did they even have an opportunity to be killed? Because, like, were they there? If Dylan Morton's telling you that she doesn't remember stuff, maybe she doesn't remember where the hell she slept that night. You know? I don't know. This is just spitballing. So you'd have to, like, as a detective, as an investigator, when you initially get into this case, you would want to establish the fact that these two were home. And do you understand that if you did not look at the devices until, when did you look at them? Because the 4 victims' phones, they were not looked at until at least 11/29 or after. 11/29. November 29th. What? Was that by design? I don't know. But Bethany and Dylan's phones, from my understanding, they were downloaded, but they were given right back. Karen Reed's phone was taken in 2022, right? In January. Bethany and Dylan's phones were not taken. They were downloaded. What do you guys think about that? Like, truly think about that when you look back at it. They had them sign consent forms to download them, right? They didn't have a search warrant, right? So they signed the consent form. You can pull consent at any time, just so you guys know that. So my question would be then, is if I gave you consent to do that and I pulled consent, does that mean that I get to take the download that you already downloaded? Does that make sense? If I sign, sign, okay, because I'm like, 20, and then I talk to my mom, and she's like, no. She's like, go tell them. This is like the day later, 2 days later. Hey, no, I don't give you consent to go and look in my phone. So do they have to stop searching that download? I don't know. I'm asking. Now, talk about the McKee case. Let's say that the phone was located in Chicago. I would review the call detail records for location data and look at the phone activity to see if the phone was powered off. Like I said, actually used all of those things. Now, according to investigators, they're saying that the phone was just there and it was not used for 17 hours. Okay. As to the vehicle, I'd look at the Bluetooth connections from vehicle infotainment extraction and from any phones to see if any associated phone can be tied to the vehicle at any point. A phone may record the first time a Bluetooth device was seen, even if not connected to. So maybe a phone recorded the Bluetooth address of a vehicle. I can usually tell immediately if the law, if LE examiner / investigator is savvy or not. And that was one of my questions. I wanted to know is, based on the report that you would get from the state, can you tell if this person, if there's something off, or if this person knows what they're doing, doesn't know? And he says, I can usually tell immediately if LE examiner / investigator is savvy or not. It varies greatly. It varies greatly. Criminals tend to make mistakes. Surprise. So they may not realize, for example, that they logged into their Facebook account on their device and then logged out and logged into their stalker Facebook account, their alt. That LE can ask Meta to provide any accounts that had shared cookies with stalker Facebook account, or vice versa. Same goes with several other cloud accounts. If McKee wore a smartwatch, I looked to see if it was connected to his phone while his phone was in Chicago. That's not always possible, though. Let's entertain that he was in Ohio, Dr. McKee, and he left his phone at home or with an accomplice who was driving around with his phone, watching Netflix, making calls, ordering DoorDash, etc. If his watch is normally connected, but it wasn't during those times, that would support that McKee wasn't with the device. Because this is before, I was trying to get creative ways to think about. This was me trying to help the family, robbing them. when he did reconnect to his device. So in this case, with the McKee case, that's not the case, but GPS data from his watch may sync up with his phone. That's something I would go test to validate my hypothesis. I actually don't know how that would look. This is often the case where we come up with a hypothesis, then try to reproduce through testing and test devices and see what the data looks like. That's exactly what I did in the Watts case with the Life 360. I replicated the movements of what they said that they were doing on a Life 360 app when I went to Colorado. Same thing. He says, I just did this with some Google search warrant data and I proved my hypothesis wrong, which is still a win in my book. So we were talking about it, and it's just like, it's just as important as to whether you can prove something or you can find out that you can disprove it. Like, these are all of the ways that you would be doing things. Okay. And I just, in the Idaho4 case, I just never saw that. I saw confirmation bias. I saw, you know, same thing with the Drake Moore case. It's just a reoccurring theme in Idaho. I don't know how you could possibly have 120 people on the Idaho4 case, and you're going to sit here and tell me not one person said that they thought that this could have been multiple people. I find that hard to believe. I mean, that's what was happening in the Delphi case. It was, they were going back and forth between, was this one person or was this more than one person? And they're over here acknowledging the fact that that debate was happening. Here, that question never even came out of like an investigator's mouth after the fact. Or not investigator's mouth, but a media person to ask the question, like, based on the crime scene photos, I shouldn't even say photos, based on you guys were there, did this look like it was one person or multiple people? There was no trail anywhere. There was no blood trail leaving that house. No footsteps. And there truly was no point of entry where you would say that somebody forced entry. There was no forced entry into that home, right? You forget about that in the Idaho4 case. We just get to pass this theory that the backslider was opened or unlocked, which that wasn't a normal practice, though, according to the people that lived in the house, especially according to Kaylee's mom. Kaylee's mom said that Kaylee was a door locker. And according to Dylan, Kaylee was one of the last people up. Kaylee's just going to leave every light on in the house and every door open or unlocked. But yet everybody else is in bed. You know what I mean? Like, think about that. It's just every which way you think about logic in the Idaho4 case, it contradicts. But when you remove actually everything that Dylan says, like if you take Dylan, and that's what we're going to do in today's episode here, we're going to remove everything that Dylan's ever said from the case, okay? And look at the case like that. Because if I was a defense attorney on this case, that's exactly what I'd be asking my jury to do. I'd be asking my jury to, if you look at this case and you remove, like the investigator should have done, and removed anything and everything that Dylan Mortensen has ever said, what do we have? And I would go show them that in a closing. And it would be powerful. It'd be really, really powerful. Because I'm gonna show you it today. That's what I put my time into this past week to provide on this live. Now closing out my talk with this amazing digital forensic expert. From the defense angle on reasonable doubt, I would be reviewing the law enforcement reports to see if they overstated anything. If they overstated anything. And now you would be using that in the Idaho4 case, okay? Anything, if they overstate anything, or if there is some pattern of life activity that supports what is seen on his device. I had a case where law enforcement said the defendant left his phone at the home while he went to murder someone. The defendant told the attorneys that he was at home playing video games and that he doesn't check his phone when he is playing. So I reviewed his activity for the same time over the previous month, exactly over the previous month. And you would even want to go back further than that, okay? But I know Cyray's big on the whole 3 and 6 numbers. Okay. So 1, 3, 6. It's kind of like a lot like, your life plans. You have a 1-year goal and you have your 3-year goal, your 5-year plan. Yeah. So he says, so I reviewed his activity for the same time over the previous month to see if there was the same lack of activity. And there was. At the same time every night. Exactly. And that's what I was saying in the Idaho4 case, which is not a single report from the prosecution talks about any of the patterns, because that's not any of the... Okay, when you're an investigator, before you have a suspect, right? And you're just looking at stuff to take a look at things, right? Because you're trying to see what happened, motive, all of these things, victimology, right? You want to check out somebody's pattern of behavior, regardless of what are they to the case? And somebody like Dylan and Bethany would be big people to do that with, right? Same thing with, unfortunately, like the families, boyfriends, friends, then obviously the victims, duh. That's why you're supposed to ask Dylan those questions about where do you guys normally hang out? What do you guys normally do during the week? What type of pattern of, like, where do they go? Asking Dylan those questions on December 30th, that was the victimology questionnaire. For what? Why didn't that get filled out before that? Now, law enforcement gets a lot wrong with cell site analysis and timing advance. They overstate. Even FBI cast, they are trained to testify a certain way, but most don't really understand the science behind it. I equate it to me doing a 40-hour course on DNA and how to use the equipment and software. Should I be allowed to testify as an expert just because I learned how to push some buttons and was told how to explain what I did? No way, he says. But digital evidence seems to have a very different standard at this point in time. Exactly. And that's my point. These dudes are doing 40-hour coursework. 40 hours of coursework. And they get to get on a fucking stand and testify as an expert. This is what Syray was fighting against. Railroading. The term railroading. The term, listen, here's the evidence against somebody. You're not going to go make evidence where evidence doesn't exist to railroad a person. Like, this has to stop. This has to stop. Another technique I would use to see what was going on with the defendant is to look at a timeline of parsed activity from the devices and search warrant returns from the time of the incident and go backwards. It can be quite granular, depending on how soon after the incident the extraction was performed. A lot of the really good data can be gone after 30 or even 7 days. In the case of an iPhone, the cache locations, then I would go forward from the time of the incident. Again, I don't always just go looking for the doubt. I follow what the attorney's questions are. So, what do you want to know? What are you looking like? What are they saying happened here? And a really good case that I'm covering right now, and I'm trying to get you all on board to watch because it has everything to do with the fucking Brian Koberger case. You guys need to watch the Shanna Gardner case. Okay? This case, the Shanna Gardner case, is about cell phones. It's going to all come down to cell phones and what they are trying to claim based off of cell phones and railroading a man into saying that he was the shooter when he wasn't, and that he was hired by somebody. And that's how more search warrants then were obtained. And it's going to be it's going to call out corruption. It's going to call out how there was no probable cause at times when they went and did X, Y, and Z. It's going to call out how they arrested Henry Tennant off of false, like, gun charges for an antique gun. It just, please start watching this case. It's going to go into trial here in August. Karen Reed will benefit from it. Brian Colber will benefit from it because it also talks about timing advance records and how they got them in the Shanna Gardner case, and it wasn't 7 days. And this was a 2022 murder, just like the Idaho4 case, and it was before it. So this case is going to out the work that the FBI claimed in the Idaho4 case. So again, I don't always just look for the doubt. I follow what the attorney's questions are. I've had cases where the attorney tells me the defendant was being threatened into doing the crime, or that they were paranoid, or that it wasn't premeditated and that something set them off because they were going through a divorce and just lost their job, or other really wacky stuff. I'm working on a case right now where I found from a Google search warrant return that the user deleted the timeline activity for the time during the murder. Law enforcement had not found that yet. But I told the defense attorney, so they are aware of it. Often my findings are that the digital evidence does not support what the client is saying. It's not my job to find a get out of jail free card. I just interpret the evidence. All right. Now, for our activity. Okay. I'm going to say a name. Wait, hold on. Okay. All right. Air guard text on back. Okay. Car comes in and passes by 1122 King Roadhouse, and based off of the lights, we believe it parks one half up on the side of 226. All right. All right, here we go. Yo. So we have nothing that we're gonna act like Dylan doesn't exist, right? So this is what you would use, in my opinion. Here is Hector. This is a okay. We need to find out, hey guys, what time. First of all, we need to find out what time this happened, right? That you guys didn't call 911 until 11:56. So you would have yes, you would have the text messages, okay? And you would have, well, how we'll go this way. We'll do it this way. Okay. Ready? Break. Okay. If the text messages don't exist because Bethany and Dylan would have been killed because they were in the house, right? We're not leaving any surviving witnesses. Everybody's gone. All right. So you wouldn't have the text messages and you'd have friends calling, nobody's answering. Then somebody goes over there and finds them at 11:56, calls 911. Right? Now, how would you then how would you have done this to say, okay, what time did this happen at? You would use, let me get out this is what I would be doing. So we're going to do a hypothetical here. Hypothetical. This is really, really important. Because let's say that the killer is over here, like, what the fuck? Nobody was in that house that was alive. I went to every room. I killed everybody in that house. Okay? So when the killer's arrested, let's just say, wait, they were saying that I walked by somebody and did it, like all that stuff that they're reading. They're like, this is crazy. This didn't happen, right? But without you saying, like, to your lawyer, hey, listen, that girl wasn't in that house. That other girl wasn't in that house. I did this, but they're lying. What? You did this, but they're lying. Yeah, because they weren't in the house. Because I killed everybody. What? Look, that's wild, right? Who would ever say that? So here we go. So let's go from a standpoint of Bethany and Dylan would have been killed too. And so there's no texts and no calls and 6 dead. Or I'm sorry. Yeah, 6. Still the same thing though. 11:56, 911. Okay. Okay. Who are we interviewing first? Well, the person that found them. Okay. Doing a neighborhood canvas, unattended death, right? These are all unattended deaths. So you're going to neighborhood. Okay, so let's think about it. Olivia would have still gotten into the phone. They would have still got to the grub truck video, would have still saw them on that. That would have happened quickly. Okay. JD, he would have walked over. They would have interviewed him. So the timeline is that, again, there would still been 11:56 call, we're saying. Then they would have neighborhood canvassed, talked to the neighbors, roped off the house, search warrant for the house, taken all the phones, downloaded them all. Okay. Interviewed the neighbors, interviewed the families. They would have gotten the 1112 camera, and they would have started to build a timeline just as far as like, okay, when's the last time? Like, when did everybody come home? Right? So JD, we got the grub truck. Okay, so we're able to say that, all right, once we get the grub truck, we have 1:56 a.m., 1:45 a.m. Jack D would have told us that they were at the corner club and they were going to the grub truck, possibly going to John's Alley, because he thought that maybe they were going there and then they decided to go. So could have talked to people at the John's Alley. We would have found out that they were in sororities. We would have found out, right? We would have gotten a list of like from the neighbors who they are, right? Identified them and basically everything that they kind of did in the beginning, except you don't have anything that Dylan or Bethany would have said. And then minus the text messaging, take that out. All right, so we're able to say that from the 112 camera, what do we have? Well, a neighbor would have said how they went to the corner club with them and they got picked up and there was an Uber driver and he was, came to pick them up again. So we would have talked to Eric. Okay, Eric. So now Eric Gower. He texts Dylan Dylan texts him at whatever time, 2:10. He does it back. And that would have been the last you got that text. You got Kaylee and Maddie making phone calls like crazy, right? You got Jack D saying that Maddie would have never called him. She doesn't do that, right? And so between 2:26 and 2:52, you have Dylan 3:51 saving a contact. And you have the DoorDash. So you have Xana at 2:15 making a DoorDash. You find out that the brother of Ethan, he doesn't have his cell phone. Maisie was getting weird calls from him right earlier in the night. She was crying. But Dylan was the only person that said that, so we might not even have that information. Let's see. We wouldn't have any information about going and taking a nap. We wouldn't have any information of the Winco. We wouldn't have any information on someone following them. That's the outside their apartment. Kaylee with the dog, and then the washer dryer was running, and we got golf clubs. Like none of that, all gone. Mm. We're taking away that there's no, basically the last thing that we're having here is a 252 by everybody. Okay. Because you wouldn't have, the state never wanted to tell us that Dylan had saved a contact, so that goes out. The state, and we're treating it like at 252, that's the last thing that's on anybody's phones in movement. Because according to the state, everybody was asleep except for Xana because she got the DoorDash. So that still stays in play. So you have Xana making the DoorDash at 2:15. She texts at 2:54 to say, like, are you lost, basically. Then it gets dropped off at 3:59. So that would be in play. You'd have everything that Molly said would be in play. So think about it. It's a really good exercise because what it's going to show us is a lot. What it's going to show us is that, holy shit, Dylan and Bethany being alive and in that house does what? It's number one. Let's see. That's the only thing that matters. So without that, without them, you would be left with this. You'd be left with 1112 cameras. Okay. You'd be left with their cameras and you'd be left with, okay, Linda Lane cameras, right? Let's go to 1112. We have at 12:56 a.m. a Walensa. There's a car that's on Walensa, and the car does a U-turn like suspect vehicle 1 does. That's what you can see on the camera. At 1 o'clock and 27 seconds, 1119 drops off people. So a car comes in to that area, you could see, and it goes towards 1119, drops off people. And does it leave? Yes. 1 o'clock and 53 seconds. Oh, that's the blinker. Pizza delivery car makes Queen Road apartment loop, 102. SUV enters King and drops 3 people off at 1127. Okay. Small SUV enters King. Okay. So at 104, 110, small SUV enters King, drives to 1127 area, backs up. Ford truck into 1112 parking lot. 4 girls get out of truck at 113. At 115, Eric Gower logs off Uber app, Uber search warrant. 123 and 23 seconds. So white truck parks in front of 1112 Cam on road. Single male walks to 1118. 130 to 131. Elantra looking vehicle comes past 1112 Cam and goes to 1127 back up and leave. At 132 and 8 seconds, car enters and passes 1122 King Road house, but is not seen on 1320 LL footage. Boom. Okay, now. That's at 132 and 8 seconds. Remember how Dylan was talking about what time she got home? That they took an Uber or a sober driver, rather? We're going to have to back this camera up because none of these vehicles unless we're talking about this one here, because we don't have it leaving. Okay. And it doesn't go all the way down to be seen on the King or on the Linda Lane footage. And so this has always been one that I said, is this an undercover vehicle? Whose vehicle is this? And it's really important because according to the undercover guy, he's over there talking about that they were making loops and they saw a blonde girl walk in, and that it was right before they went down to the, and had that ordeal at 3:00 in the morning. Well, we just know there wasn't a loop at that time, though. So whose vehicle is this? This vehicle to me at 1:32 is important because it's not leaving. All right. Then car enters and pulls to what stays 2 minutes. Then 3 people get out, walk to front door. They're on the witness list for Ann Taylor. Car pulls in and doesn't pick anyone up or drop anyone off and leaves within 57 seconds. Interesting in that one. Work truck with a toolbox goes to Jack D's area. His house light comes on at Jack D's with curtain. At 1:54 and 13 seconds, this car does not leave. Car enters and goes towards 1122 King Road house, never seen on Linda Lane footage. So who's that? We're trying to figure out who committed this crime and what time this crime was committed, because we don't have Dylan and Bethany. Let's just hypothetically say that they would have been taken out too. Eric Gower is the next car. Eric Gower drops Kaylee and Maddie up, sees sedan parked off on left side across from 1122 house. Boom. Right there. Okay. Not. When Eric Gower gives his interview. Okay, so we have Eric Gower's car accounted for, and that's at 1:55 and 56 seconds, 1:56 and 52 seconds. So he's there basically for a minute, seen on one camera, on the same camera. He's there for a minute. Now check this out. He says that he sees a sedan parked off on the left side across from 1122 house. And that to me is either going to be this vehicle right here. So it's like, or it's the 132 car. Neither of those is able to be seen on the Linda Lane footage, which means it didn't make the loop around, Then Peyton Rossi drops off Jack D. That's at 1:56 and 54 seconds to 1:57 and 30 seconds. Then Eric Gower pulls off on Taylor to clean the backseat off. Or does he pick someone up? Or does he have a conversation with somebody over there? He makes it seem like, and this is what's nuts, is that he is so detailed when he talks to, I know for a fact this man, okay, I know 99%, I'm 99% convinced that Eric Gower was given the 1112 camera footage prior to November 18th. He knew everything he had to say. He was able to explain before it was needed. Okay. His interview between when he was with Dustin Blaker to being with Van Leuven, he is covering timestamps that like, just what the fuck? He knew that his vehicle wasn't seen. Like he knows that there's delays with stuff. He knows things. And so he knows where he pulled off. And now he's claiming, now think about this. If I dropped off Maddie and Kaylee in the driveway of their house, all right? And when they go to get out, they open up the door, the car illuminates, right? Hello, all the lights come on. And I go and I look back and I would see that my car, right, had shit in the back, right? Why wouldn't I get out of the car right there to clear out whatever was in the back seat. Think about this. Why would I think to myself, they'll get out. Then I see it and I'm just like, I'll just back out, pull down, turn on the King, and then turn on a Taylor, and then pull off on Taylor right there, get out, and then clear off the back seat, you know? What the fuck? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Dumbest thing I've ever heard. But he knows he's mentioning this. So where are we at here? All right. Jacob report number 10, and that's in MSP. Moscow Police Department. Or MPD, whatever. MPD plainclothes officer report is completely destroyed by the 1112 camera. Eric Gower says he never goes back to that area after he dropped them off on his first interview. Then he comes through and he just totally is like, wait. Actually, I went back there a shit ton. So Eric returns. For 1 minute. Doesn't do anything though. At 2:08. Dylan texts Eric at 2:10. Now that's what I think is interesting. Is Eric is in the area. How crazy is this? You want to talk about coincidences? Eric is in the area, right? Back over there by 1126. He's there for a minute. Because we're trying to time up the camera to the timestamps. And so literally 45 seconds after he leaves the area, Dylan texts, "Are you driving?" Eric texts Dylan back, but police and Dylan say that she is sleeping when this comes through and doesn't respond. Versus, and this is when Dylan's Eric Gower was like, yeah, somebody had texted me. I think this is a guy. He thought he tries to make it seem like he thinks Dylan is a guy. And I'm like, he's overselling it. This is ridiculous. Okay. Dylan's over here talking. She knows everything about him. He's married with a baby, and Eric Gower's over here like, I think this is a dude. Okay. Please. We're not dumb. I'm not dumb. So, but how we're going to be treating this is that right here, how it would look is that Eric Gower responds to Dylan, right? And then guess what? 226 calls are happening with Jack D. Those would still be there. And so the last thing would be is now Eric. .226. Car comes in and passes by 1122 King Roadhouse. And based off of the lights, we believe it parks halfway up on the left side. Doesn't leave. See that X? It doesn't leave. So right now we have 2 vehicles before this vehicle that came in and didn't leave. Then Dodge van leaving from side of house. This is the first time, if you go back and you look, the camera is always showing us the first movement is somebody coming in. Okay. This is the first time that the camera actually starts by showing somebody leaving. And this is the Dodge van leaving from the side of the house. Now, seen on Walenta. So it's on the Walenta Street at 2:34 and 1 second. Seen on Walenta from 1112 cam heading towards Moyer residence. And this is, I said, potentially Tyler coming home from the bar, possibly. Who knows? But we would definitely be like paying, like that's a possibility. Like we would want to know, did this car make it anywhere on Paradise? Like, is it, what car is that? Then at 2:26, car enters 1112 cam and goes towards Jack D area and leaves within 28 seconds. Ride share possibly. 2:40, car seen traveling north on Walenta, means towards campus. And then on Linda Lane camera footage at 13:20 within a minute. So possibly Matt Moyer. Is that him? 2:48. Car enters 1112 cam, passes by 1122 King Road, and is very noisy and parks at the Queen parking and is seen on Linda Lane camera. So who is that? No cars come into King area. However, lights can be seen on 1112 camera. $252, car number 1, traveling on Taylor. So this is car number 1's traveling on Taylor west towards King Road, turns around and uses King to make its U-turn. This is what this means is no cars come into the King area, but we're able to use the 1112 camera to see this, which is car number 1. So we believe that there's 2 cars working in tandem here with the undercover. So car number 1 is traveling on Taylor, heading west to like go to King. But it turns itself around and uses King to like complete the U-turn and then be going back and heading on Taylor towards the east direction. Okay. Then car number 2 is at the Whites, which is ding, 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 your undercovers. Okay. The body cams are flipped on. And car is reversing out of the Whites parking lot. And this would be the police fusion vehicle. Then car number 1 is traveling on Taylor East towards Blake, makes a left. This is that car that we believe that's traveling in tandem. Makes a left on Blake and heads towards Town Sorority Fratville. Okay. Then remember, we have this interview of a guy, okay, that says he got picked up and it's like a police officer that picked him up. That's right. The reason that this is really, really important, this like U-turn here, okay? This U-turn, this number 1 U-turn, right, car number 1, this is the same exact movement that the car that will later come on camera at 3:29 to 4 whatever is making in the area when it's saying that it's making U-turns back in the Walenta Paradise Ridge over there. You would highlight this for the jury to show that this vehicle right here, beginning at 2:52, the cars that make these U-turns like that, these are all the people that are driving and that are called sober bros / Uber / like they're the people that are driving people, and they are notorious for just pulling these U-turns in the middle of streets. Okay. And as you can see, at 2:52 and 7 seconds, they supposedly have Brian Koberger on WSU campus, right? Okay. 258, we're using the body camera of the undercovers. The body camera of the undercovers at 258, the light colored SUV on body cam. You see it coming into the picture. That's the one that Nancy Grace and all these idiots were going crazy about. And we're like, ah! Like, they're like, look at this light up. Look at, well, the body cam on North. So from the body cam at 3, then body cam North Walenta, east on Taylor, passing in the background from body cam, black truck. Is this Matt Moyer leaving possibly? And it's like, I want you guys to understand something. There is zero activity back in the King Road area. So we know that none of these vehicles right here we're talking about are generating from back where 112, where the house is. This is really important. So, because you would have it on camera from the 1112 cam, we would see like that black truck didn't come from back in the King area. Before we had the 1112 cam, we couldn't say that. So these investigators would have had all this stuff, and it's just like they're trying to figure out when this crime happened. Now they're using the body cam here, 312. So look at between 3 and 312, nothing. So 312 body cam, car heading west on Taylor towards King. Then 312 and 30 seconds, 1112 cam sees Eric Gower entering area, drives back to 1127. Drops off potential, but for sure he picks up 2 people and leaves at 314 in 1 second. So this is him seen on the body cam driving this way. That's him at 312. And it's his car. And it goes back to the 1127 area. Again, these people were on Ann Taylor's witness list. Okay. Like who all got dropped off, who all got picked up. There was drop off and there's a pickup. Again, I'm saying possible drop off because I can't see it, but we know for sure that 2 people do get picked up and they leave with Eric Gower at 314. Then we want to know where those 2 girls went, by the way. Where were they going? 322, 32 seconds or 34 seconds. 2 girls at 1112 leave the house at 322. They leave the house and get into a car that backed up and left. Then 326 in 10 seconds. Suspect vehicle 1. Indian Hills cam. Right there. And they're saying this is the first sighting of suspect vehicle 1. Now, ready? You ready for this? Ready for this big bomb? Suspect vehicle cam. Well, they were following Eric Gower all over. Okay? They were following Eric Gower all over. Eric Gower, in his interview on 11/18/2022, tells the police that he picked, so let me explain this, that he picked up these 2 girls, dropped them off, but he also had a ride that he picked up and had to take people to Indian Hills Trails, whatever. What? Yes. Right here. He goes, so you guys can be the judge of this. You want me to believe that suspect vehicle 1 originates in the same location, the same exact location that Eric Gower between 3:14 and 3:26. See that? You want me to believe that Eric Gower is at the same location as suspect vehicle 1 on the same exact road where that's where we're going to say this all began. Where suspect vehicle 1 is picked up is in the same location that Eric Gower is in. What? Is in the same location. Can you wait? What, Lana? Yeah. That white Elantra, that vehicle, they have cameras everywhere. Everywhere. And you're going to sit here and tell me that the cops truly believed that suspect vehicle 1 is who? Brian's name is nowhere to be seen. So we're running this all the way through. Like, if you were the cops, you're following when Eric Gower tells you, you know, what he's doing and where he went. You find out that this is Eric, and he, first of all, he tells you that he never went back to that King Road area, but yet here he goes back multiple times. Okay. And the last person, and one of the people that are inside that house have a text message with him. Okay. Here, he drops off people. Potentially. We just can't see. But I know for a fact he picks up 2 people. And then he leaves. And then in that same time frame here, between 3:14 in 1 second to 3:26 in 30 seconds. That same time frame right there. Exactly. Whose car did he get in? What happened over there what happened between 3:15 and 3:26? Eric was so adamant that, hey, I have camera. I'll tell you what time I got home. It'll show you all my cars. I was home during the time of the crime. How the fuck would Eric know when this happened? 911 wasn't like, think about it. I wouldn't be able to say that. I mean, unless you're making a blatant statement like, hey, where were you last night? Well, what do you mean? I was out doing this. Like, you'd have to specifically say like a time, you know? That's not how it happened with Eric Gower's interview. Eric Gower just says that he was home during the time of the murders. And it's like, what time do you think the murders were? It wasn't asked, hey, where were you at blank time? He just says, I was home at the time of the murders. That's a very weird statement because you shouldn't, well, fuck. When do you think that these people were killed? Because we don't even know that. You know? That's how I look at that anyways. But this is what you want us to believe. You want us to believe that Eric is in the same area. When I say the same area, the same street, the same location. He dropped off people on Indian Hills Trail. That's where the suspect vehicle 1 originates. They can't trace back suspect vehicle 1 from anywhere. Like, where was it before 3:26? Suspect vehicle 1. You have all these cameras. You can't find it before. A car just doesn't originate on the middle of in the middle of the road. This was my problem from jump. Okay. Where was it? What it seems like it came out of a driveway right there. And lo and behold, Lana, you fucking win again. That's exactly what it did. It definitely came out of a driveway over there. Well, why do you say that? Well, because Eric Gower just fucking told me that he went and dropped off somebody. he told us all that. And then Ann Taylor says, why you guys are looking for video all in this area over here? Why did you guys ever go and get a camera over there at Indian Hills Trails? Like, how did that ever come about? And this is Payne. I have no idea what you're talking about. I have no idea who did any of that. What? Yes, you do. An honest cop would say, we were tracking down and following up with the private share driver and his whereabouts. And so we were asking people for their cameras in that area. What's so wrong with saying that? And he said that he dropped off people. And then Ann Taylor would say, like, yes. And he told you that he dropped people off at Indian Hills, right? At an address, blah, 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 right? Yep. And that's exactly where you have this car leaving from, right? Do you understand? And then Officer Payne, what are you going to say? Yeah. You understand how fucking crazy that is? And I went and looked at the videos again. I'm going to play these videos for you guys. The 3 videos that they took off of the street. Okay? I think you guys have already seen them. So I'm actually not going to cut to that just quite yet. But I want to ask you guys just logic. Here's logic. So, Detective Payne, let me get this straight. The Uber driver, Eric Gower, picks up a vehicle at 3:12 and 30 seconds. Picks up people. Let me clear this off. I want to make sure the jury understands this, okay? So, detective here. Oh. Okay, we're right here. 3:12. That's Eric Gower entering area, drives back to 1127. When did you realize that was him? Did you ever show him this video? Do you believe that it's him? Is that consistent with what he told you in his interviews? Okay, so do you see those 2 girls walking out of the house? Yep. Do they get into a car? They pull off at what time? 3:14 and 4 seconds, or 1 second, 3:14 a.m., right? Yep. Okay. And what happens next? Didn't Eric tell you that he was like home and that you could verify through Ring cameras, or he had Nest cameras or something like that? Okay, so did you do that? What time did he get home? Did you see his car there? What made you go and get? So if he's going to tell you, Detective Payne, if he tells you, I took people home and then after that I went home. I pull in my driveway, I park, I go inside, and I go to sleep. How did you corroborate that? Because if his car is in his driveway and his other vehicle's in his driveway, and you look at the Ring cameras, right, and it's all there and the timestamp's accurate, why did you need to go get the video from Indian Hills Trails? Lana, good question. I like where you're going with this, girl. I see what you're doing. I see what you're laying down. Right? He told you that he's like, I have cameras, you can have them. So what's the problem? Isn't it true that people can get easily picked up from other people? Just because he says his car's home, that doesn't mean he's home, right? But why would you never believe that he was home. If he, hey, here you see him driving in, he's parking in his car. Eric Gower gets out, goes up. Like, woo, he's home. And then you see that his truck, his car, everything stays there. What's the problem? Why did you go and get the Indian Hills cameras? Well, did the cameras not show that he came home or something? Did the cameras not work? What happened? Something had to have happened. You just triple check that? You guys don't even check one thing, but you triple check this? Think about it, guys. Why the fuck did they ever go and get these cameras? Brian Culver's name is not even on the radar or whatever. So we don't know that answer yet. I'm trying to find it out because I went ahead and FOIA'd Eric Gower's Ring cameras at his house to prove to detectives that he was home. That's what I just FOIA'd this morning. I said, hello, my name is Lana. And my question is, where is the Ring or Nest cameras that Eric Gower provided to Detective Tolson / Van Leuven to prove that he was home during the time of the crime? That is what I'm FOIAing. Please do not mute anything. Please just provide. Hope you have a blessed day. Okay. Right? No, like I'm pumped, right? I'm just like, So, Lana, you're going to sit here and tell me that after Eric Gower is seen in the area of the murder house, yeah, he drives back to that area. So he goes off the camera for a little bit, not back by 1122, but back where you can actually get out of a car and go. Remember, we share a chain link fence, like that area. Yeah, like Jack D, like those houses over there. But yeah, and then takes 2 people, gets in his vehicle, so he still has to go somewhere. So where are you normally going to take 2 people to? I don't know. If they're chicks, you're probably taking them to the sororities, right? So that's why. Look at that. And then I don't know. There's the Groves, right? Oh yeah, the Groves. That's right. Anyways, between 314 and 326, we have boom. Same area as where Eric Gower went. That's where the suspect vehicle originates. And it's like you found it because you were tracking down the confidential informant, Eric Gower, who plays Santa Claus, who Dylan Mortensen text messaged, who Eric Gower is thinking that it's a man, okay, and trying to tell authorities that, but he really knows that that's not. Eric Gower, who then doesn't wash the outside of his vehicle before going to the police station on 1118, but steam cleans completely the inside. Not because I think anything nefarious went on in there in terms of like blood, okay, but he can't have anybody's DNA in there like Dylan, Bethany. You know, I just need to be honest with you guys. If we believe that people leave their phones places, okay, and we believe that these sororities and fraternities are not dumb people, like the kids, they're secret society. They know what they're doing, right? Hey, leave your phone behind. We're coming to pick you up. You got the Molly Gray at 3:33 or the 3:30 text message. I mean, if you want me to believe certain things, then you have to believe certain things. Like, if I'm going to give you something, you got to give me something. Okay. It's just, you can't write something off and then it's like, well, why aren't you writing that one off then? Like, what the fuck? So if there's no steps on Dylan or Bethany's phone, let's hypothetically say, okay, and they're stop at 2:15 in the morning, which is, again, hypothetically just saying this. Think about this. We hear her, Dylan, and the other girls, because it was like recorded, and she was going down the stairs to text Eric at 2:10. How could the detectives believe that Dylan Mortensen was passed out sleeping by 2:13? Where the fuck is your brains? You would never think that. But look at her phone didn't move again. She doesn't use it again. You know what that tells me? That tells me I'd want to look and see if the phone died. Okay? She's over here always talking about her phone. Like, was it powered off? Did it turn off for some reason? Is it not connected to Wi-Fi? Is it like, what's going on? Is any application being used? Because you're going to sit here and tell me that she texts him and then the phone just doesn't have another peep on it. Because she just hits the pillow after we heard her just, I'm out. Because it got me thinking about my buddy talking about the movements of people's phones, but not just the movements, but the activity on it. Everybody knows when you go and lay in your bed and you're 20 and even when you're 40, first thing that we do is we reach for our phone. Our steps may stop, but guess what? I reach for my phone and that's when I do my, looking on social media and see, oh my God, it's that person's birthday. Oh, like whatever your routine is. Oh, I go and I check and I see and I make sure that, all my lives that I did have a thumbnail. Okay. Whatever the fucking thing is that I'm doing, whatever my routine is. So you're going to sit here and tell me that nothing happens on Dylan's phone after that text message. It's just blank for that long. Well, that would tell me that it looks like she put her phone down and walked away from it until 3:51. And now knowing how all these sororities and fraternities work, they're all about secret shit. So, hey, we're going to go do this and you have to leave your phone. I could see that happening. Hey, we're going to no phones allowed. So don't even bring it. Or if you're going to go do something you're not supposed to be doing, you don't take your phone with you because that's going to track you. Right. So that could totally be a possibility. So is it at all possible when they say that Dylan and Bethany, let's just say, forget what they've ever said to us. We're just going to go off of their phones and we're going to act like they were part of being deceased, right? For the purpose of this exercise. When the fuck did this happen? Eric Gower looks pretty fucking bad, doesn't he? Eric Gower looks like he knows a lot of information. Eric Gower's in the mix of everything. Eric Gower's over here and on the same street as the suspect vehicle 1. Okay. Eric Gower is the last person that texts Dylan. Okay. Eric Gower made multiple trips back there. Eric Gower is over here pulling U-turns. Okay. Then this vehicle starts pulling U-turns all over. Okay. And then Eric Gower and Molly probably know each other, right? Moscow's so small, everybody knows everybody. Do you know that Eric Gower was cleared the same day that he did his interview on 11/18? They put it out there that the party driver has nothing to do with this. Now, again, they could just be doing that so that people could be messing up. But Suspect Vehicle 1 seen on 1112 King Cam for the first time, or for the first loop seen on Lynn Lane camera. And then guess what happens? That camera goes down for 30 minutes, 35 minutes. Suspect Vehicle 1 seen on 1112 King Cam for the first loop seen on Lynn Lane camera for the loop. Then 338 SV1 loop 2 arrives. These are all then this is where I just went a little with my notes, and I'm just like, you know, everything starts and stops with Eric Gower. Like, this is why I stopped. I was like, I can't even go past this because of just holy shit. Like, holy shit. Like, I cannot get past this correlation. Eric Gower, Indian Hills, Dylan Mortensen. This triangle. How do we know that Eric Gower is no? Because now that we know what we know, which is the car coming over from Pullman, okay, that has fog lights, but Brian Kober doesn't have fog lights, okay, at 2:52. Think about everything that's going on in the Guthrie case. You guys, Dylan and Bethany would not be alive if they were in that home. If you're going to give me a radius, if it comes back and this is what it shows us, but all the devices are in the radius of this house, GPS, I don't give a shit. I do not give a shit. Sorry. That's not going to tell me that they were in the house. Sorry. Because if the law enforcement agencies are allowed to say that you normally leave your phone or you don't take your phone when you're going to go commit a crime, or if you're trying to hide where your whereabouts are, okay, if they can say that, then I'm allowed to use the same logic that they want to assess and say that it would be in the best interest of somebody like a Dylan and a Bethany to leave their phones behind. Okay? Why not? It would also be if they were being, I don't know, whatever they're going to do, which is something completely different of whatever the fuck, if they're going to go have booty calls or whatever, and all of their friends have each other on Life 360 and this Find My Friends phones. I know how it was in college. We all try to catch each other hooking up with people, okay? And so I'm going to leave my phone behind so that my roommates think I'm in my room, when meanwhile, I'm at 3 houses down kicking it with homeboy. Because, hello? Like, we didn't have phones the way that they have them, and we had them when I was in college, but not like this. But if I was in college now, that's exactly what I would have to do. And I would know to do that. And these girls know how to do that. And these boys, and everything's all about secret society with them. Everything's a secret. So this would mean nothing to me. I think it's more telling if Dylan's phone just stops on the drop of a dime at 2:11 a.m. and that she's not able to, and that she doesn't read the message from Eric until 4:29. But 4:29 that she reads Eric's message. That's the same time at the what do you call it? The explorers arriving. So the moral of this story is that if Dylan and Bethany were actually killed, right? Like the defense team is saying, whoever did this would have everybody is getting eliminated. There's going to be no witnesses. Okay? There's going to be no witnesses. Dylan Mortensen and Eric Gower, in my opinion, seem like they have talked prior to ever being talked to by law enforcement. Wow, that's pretty crazy. Eric Gower trying to sell it like Dylan is a boy is absolutely fucking ridiculous. Because everybody has said that man has an infatuation with that he drops rides and gives them to girls. You are you kidding me? Dylan's over here knowing everything about the dude. That's what gave me the biggest, like, okay, way to try to sell it. You're trying to sell it so that you're distancing yourself so much from Dylan Mortensen. It's not even funny. Why? Well, because Dylan Mortensen texted me and I texted, and I texted Dylan. The undercovers are talking about making loops around a house at a time frame that there are no loops happening around the house. Why would that be? The only person that's making loops around that time frame is the person that's suspect vehicle 1. Why do you think Ann Taylor asked to see the fleet of every car that is owned by Moscow Police Department? Why do you think Ann Taylor asked to see every car that was owned by anybody that works for Moscow Police Department? Why would she do that? The camera doesn't lie. Why would Eric Gower get off one app and not the other app? Why would he get off, let's say, Uber, but stay on Lyft? My understanding was when he got off at 1:15 that he got off both of them. No, they never got. Why didn't they go and get a Lyft search warrant for Eric Gower? They clearly had some problems with Eric Gower and his little, here, come look at my house and this is where my car is. They had some issues because they went as so far as to go to Indian Hills Trails and go and get those fucking cameras, you guys. Because there was a problem. There was a problem. And then they just, when they got the when they got the I always wondered and said to myself, do we really think if they want to say that Brian Kohlberger did everything down to the T of the paper that he wrote, then why the fuck did he take his own car? That wouldn't be down to the paper that you wrote, right? Why would you take your own car and circle around the property like a shark? If you want to say that he is following to a T how to not get caught, this would be the number one thing that you would never do. Well, they knew that this vehicle wasn't Brian's, but we are going to have to say that it's Brian's, and that's just how it's going to be. Brian could still be the killer, but I'll tell you what, he didn't fucking take that car there because that's not his car, right? That's not that car that's coming across and leaving Pullman. That's not that car. So it is a fact. It is an absolute fact. And I'm going to go find the episode where I say it. And I said, you guys, if I get into a car accident, okay, and then I'm dealing with whatever I'm dealing with, and then 45 minutes, an hour and a half goes by, and and somebody calls me, okay, and says whatever to me, like, hey, I just got back, hey, I just got home, hey, I just got back from so-and-so's and our front door was wide open. Like, that's what Bethany called and said to Dylan. And Dylan's like, what? That was the first original call. Hey, why is our front door wide open? Huh? Hey, Dylan hangs up, calls everybody. No one's answering. She calls Bethany back and says whatever the fuck she says. And she's telling her about, well, earlier, this is, blah, blah, blah. And now, like, and then just is describing the situation of what the fuck happened earlier. Okay. Because she's telling this to Bethany about what happened earlier, and they're going back and forth texting. And she's so freaked out because of what? Because of whatever she saw, right? I don't know. Do you understand if you delete your messages, and you go and use Cellbrite, you use these extraction tools, there's sometimes you cannot get certain messages back. If you're using applications and you're texting with people, how do we know that Dylan didn't use Snapchat to text, I don't know, Eric Gower? Who the fuck knows? I have no idea. I don't have the whole extraction. But what I can tell you is that the cops did nothing to get to the truth originally in the beginning, before there's ever even a suspect, before you don't know if there's DNA on a touch DNA, invisible DNA. Okay. You don't know any of that. So how can parents and citizens and media personnel, how do you literally look at this case and just say, this is amazing. They did such good work here. They didn't do anything. Everything in the beginning, you're talking to someone like a Dylan, and nothing that she says makes any sense. You're talking to somebody like an Eric Gower. Then you're getting material like this, and you would take the cameras and you would lay it all out, and you're just like, and she's telling you that the killer walked right past her. She doesn't do anything. No, I'm sorry. A man that's in a mask and has a knife. Roommates screaming bloody murder. Especially Xana. They had no idea that there was a DoorDash. No idea that there was a DoorDash. None. Listen, if Xana makes the DoorDash at 2:14 in the morning, everybody needs to understand this. You know what? I need to write that in my fucking timeline. Look at this. Xana must have been home, okay? Because you're going to sit here and tell me that Dylan texts Eric Gower and says, "Are you driving?" Eric Gower texts Dylan back, but she doesn't read it. And then literally at 2:15, Xana places the fucking DoorDash order. And you're going to sit here and tell me that Xana is not home with them? That just, wow. Dylan and Kaylee and all of them all wanted the food at the same time. Doesn't it sound like Xana would want food? Look at what Xana does. Xana made a DoorDash order. Remember Molly talking about how her friend wanted her to meet up with her or something like that? Who was like involved with DoorDash or Uber? Is your friend Eric Gower? Look at that. So let's get this straight. Dylan text Eric. 2:10. 2:13. Eric texts back. These people run between houses all the time. Okay? Xana creates a DoorDash order at 2:15 because says, fuck it. Even though Eric says, like, yes, I am, Xana places a DoorDash order. Like, they took care of the problem. So this whole time, ready? It was people thinking that the food was for Ethan and Xana. Why couldn't the food be for Xana and Dylan? It kind of all I'm trying to say here is that it makes sense that Xana would be home at 2:15. Or that's some sick ass odds that Xana's not there, and yet Kaylee, Maddie, Bethany, and Dylan are all craving food, and Xana miraculously within the same time period places a DoorDash order. When's the last time that Eric Gower was actually ever used to because they were gonna, like, it was all about like pick me up and take me to Grub Truck so I can get food. But Xana ordered what? So then let me ask you guys this question. If Xana was home, right, and ordered DoorDash, why wouldn't Dylan be saying that Xana's there? Think about it. According to Dylan and Bethany, they never saw Ethan or Xana ever come home. What? And Dylan's just like, I was so hungry and I made these phone calls, and then all of a sudden I just passed out and went to sleep. In the States, like, yeah. How come nobody ever asked this Dylan, did anybody order food that night? So basically, at 4:00, when Dylan's saying, I heard Kaylee and Murphy dancing in the living room, it was really what? Xana and Murphy were dancing in the living room just before 4:00. She's saving a contact at 3:51. Xana's then texting and saying, hey, are you lost? Do you need, like, are you here? Are you having trouble finding it? You know? And she's just dancing with Murphy out in the living room. And then Xana goes down, gets her DoorDash, comes up, and Dylan, who's hungry, who wanted food at 2, you don't think that Dylan had any of that food? Hey, what are you eating? Oh my God, that smells so good. What'd you get? The fuck? Like, there's someone, I heard her say, like, there's someone here. Like, think about all of the stuff that she's saying. Like, stuff that Dylan knew that if she was sleeping, she would have never known. But she doesn't mention a DoorDash. So crazy that she doesn't mention a DoorDash. So crazy that Xana's eating the food. So crazy that there was food that was eaten that was in the kitchen. And guess what? Ethan didn't have any of it. I think they should test to see who touched the bag of. Can they do any of that? They keep any of that in evidence? They test any of that bag? Jack in the Box bag? Those fries? I don't think that Dylan's DNA should be anywhere on any of that stuff, right? Just doesn't. When you look at the timeline of events, it's not impossible, but it's improbable. It's improbable for me to think that Dylan didn't know that Xana was home, but why would Dylan want to make it seem like Xana's not home? And say that she never saw her. And say that, what? Why does everybody want to act like nothing happened between 2 and 4 a.m.? And so that's why the exercise here was to say, we have to take everything that Dylan has said and create the case without it. And when you do that, and same thing with Bethany, when you do that, you realize that there is no way that somebody is going into that home and walking past Dylan's door potentially 4 times, and a door continues to open and close, and they're not getting harmed. And then they have eye contact, you know. That to me is illogical. That to me is like, it doesn't make sense. Also, up until that point, the way the crime scene would have been, basically, when Dylan sees that person, is all of the cleaning / making sure that this crime scene is the way that we see it in the photos. That doesn't take 4 minutes. That doesn't take 5 minutes. It doesn't take 6 minutes to get into a house at 4:12 and leave a house at 4:20. That's 8 minutes. I'm sorry, but there's just no fucking way. So what that tells me is that it would have begun before that. So why I don't understand is, why wouldn't people be thinking that there was multiple people in this white vehicle, which the cops have pretty much said all along. We are looking for the person or persons that occupied the white vehicle. And why would it be that whoever was in it at 3:29, that when they made that first loop coming from Indian Hills, right? When they made that first loop, why wouldn't it be that people got out of the vehicle? Also, why couldn't it be that people got out of the vehicle and were at that house even earlier, such as 154, 132, right here, 226. Car comes in and passes by 1122 King Road house, and based off of the lights, we believe it parks halfway up on the left side. That's at 2:26 and 6 seconds. Okay. The thing that should be so alarming with that right there, this vehicle never leaves. That when I say that it never leaves, it's not able to be tracked, and that it comes in and makes a loop and then leaves. This is exactly 54 seconds before the scream at 2:27 and some change on the 1112 cam. You guys understand that? Anything that I have in dark here, that's the stuff that's been unaccounted for. So that would be 132, 154, 226, and then you have these two cars working in tandem beginning at 252, which I think has something to do with the 226 vehicle. Also, at 226, that's when the text messaging begins for Kaylee and Jack D and Maddie and stuff, I just think when you put all of this in a timeline, like the cops should have done, because you would have eliminated right off the rip that you're not having honesty coming from, or fuck, don't even say the word honesty. The girls just don't know what happened. The girls were drunk and they were out of it. And that's all Ann Taylor was trying to say, is that it was so reckless of you guys to even entertain anything that the girls were saying when it didn't make sense and it was unreliable. So what do we think? I'm going to go to the chat. Someone says, where's the mop? Where's the prince of the mop? let's go with this. Without Dylan and Bethany's statements, and without, I even think that you could still have those text messages in there, but if they were to be gone with the other four, what are you left with? What do you have? You have the sheath. Mm-hmm. You got the sheath. You have Molly. You have Molly. You have Molly. You have Molly who was protected. Protected. You have Molly who says and was doing the same things that Eric Gower was doing that night. And yet I go through here and I'm like, Molly, where the fuck are you? Which one of these vehicles is Molly? Molly said that she went back there beforehand. You guys, what is she talking about? These are all the vehicles that go back there. Do you understand that no vehicle goes back there before 12:56? That we were able to have eyes on due to like Linda Lane camera starts. Like, Molly, you said you were just there. Molly, no, you the fuck weren't. Molly, what the fuck? I mean, these investigators would know this shit. These investigators would know, like, what's going on here. These criminals know how to operate and switch cars and do this shit. The cops know this. So what the fuck's the problem here? Molly says that she's back there. You look at this. Where's Molly? Molly said, then Molly tries to change it up and say something about that. I didn't want to park so far away. Crazy shit. What are you talking about, Molly? Why does Dylan believe that Jack Showalter is the fucking killer? What? Why does anybody at that school believe that? And then she's like, well, until I saw them together beforehand. What? I heard Bill Thompson sent FBI to Gabriela Vargas, and she hasn't been heard from since. Is this true? Definitely not true. Definitely not true. But let's take a look at this video I did back in the day. I was coming across, let's see. Our channel. The feds. Do me a favor. YouTube has been kicking people out as far as like subscribing and whatever. So make sure you guys drop down your little bar if you're watching on your phone. Click either the thumbs up or the thumbs down, and then hit the subscribe button, and then all with notifications, so that way you are in it to win it. I just got a couple letters back from Moscow, and they're going to have 3 of my interviews this week. Braden Jensen, and we're going to get the Showalter shit. So a bunch of that stuff's coming out. Okay. Um. Okay, hold on.
Good afternoon. I'm Ted Williams, Fox News. You all have said that these killings are targeted. Can you share with us why you believe they are targeted killings? And do you know who, if any, of the victims were the actual targets of the killings? Why you believe they are targeted killings? And do you know who, if any, of the victims were the actual targets of the killings? Why you believe they are targeted killings? And do you know who, if any, of the victims were the actual targets of the killings?
Stated earlier in the previous press release or press conference, we believe they're targeted because we take a totality of all the circumstances that we're looking at. Do we know any one person that it was targeted? We're not able to say at this point in time due to our investigation, but we still believe that. But we, like I said, we take a totality of everything that we're looking at.
To Sunday morning. Let me just take you back to Sunday morning about 1:45. At that time, all four victims are back in this house. Now, there are two entrances to this home. One through that front door that has a coded lock. We've learned that at times that coded lock would be left off because a lot of people would come to this location for parties. And then there's a sliding back door. And Lawrence, there were two individuals in this home that was left untouched. Somebody the next day, around 9 hours after this incident was supposed to have taken.
Okay, right there. What do you think the killer was thinking when they came out and said that two people were inside this home that were unharmed? I think that they probably thought they're telling the media this. They're telling the media this because they want people to mess up and to text and to call and to make, fucked up moves, okay?
Place called law enforcement. When law enforcement got here, they found that the door was unlocked. There was no forced entry. But, Lawrence, I can further tell you, at some stage there was an autopsy performed. The medical examiner said that there was blood all over this place, all on the walls, on the floors. It was a very vicious attack, and the weapon that the medical examiner said was a knife.
The names of the 4 University of Idaho students killed at an off-campus home.
I understand the public's frustration about not being provided a lot of information. We are working to the best of our ability to actually provide as much as possible. We intend to come out and solicit information.
Police really didn't answer that. It didn't seem to me, anyway, that it really occurred to them. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't. But I'm joined now by former Louisiana homicide detective Rodney Demery, who now hosts the podcast Murder Chose Me. Rod, you think this killer might, in fact, be a woman? When the odds are completely stacked against that theory, why do you think that?
Hi, Ashley. Thanks for having me. Yeah, it's very likely it could be a female. The type of crime, I think the thought is that it's a mass murder, some sort of serial killer, but the reality is it sounds like a passionate crime to me. I think it was someone that had a rage, a certain passion to create such violence. The wrong assumption is that could be a male. More than likely it's a female or a same-sex type relationship or something along those lines.
I think a lot of women get away with murder because, just like me, I usually think it's a man, and so do authorities.
Yeah, I think women, not necessarily do they get away with it, but I think it's probably a delay, because the first thought or the first assumption is a male. And that suspect can actually avoid detection for quite a while.
Rod, one of the things I've been noticing, and of course, look, it's the age of social media, and girls in college are all over social media, and these girls had so much social media. They're beautiful. They've got beautiful vehicles. Kaylee bought a Range Rover. She was expecting to start a new job, in the new year. Do you think there's a potential for jealousies because of this? And that's maybe why police should be looking towards other women who see these lives that they think are so much better than theirs?
I think that's a real possibility. Social media obviously creates some sort of...
Look at how dark it is there, guys. Look at how dark it is. I can't see shit. Molly is so full of fucking shit.
violence, but I think it's more likely a relationship type crime, and I think the police probably have a pretty good indication who it is. I just think they're not speaking about it.
10 seconds left. Any chance it's just the boogeyman? It's just the Jeffrey Dahmers of the world. It's just the Ted Bundys. What do you think of that?
I would say probably not. It's definitely...
I would say probably not, he said. Only in their close inner circle.
Had their entire broadcast revolving around these brutal murders. Mainstream media have their productions geared around the University of Idaho murders, but all the YouTube channels that were in the true crime genre, the web sleuths of the world, as people refer to them as, and I am one of them.
All right, who's responsible here? Who's responsible here? Whose house is this?
Again, my name is Lan Oriani, and my YouTube channel is Truth and Transparency. This documentary takes you behind the scenes with me and covers everything that I did in terms of covering the Idaho4 murders, any type of public requests me or my team performed to obtain information, all the digging that we did on the internet through social media.
It's not something you ever expect to hear, ever. Like the call we took from our kids who were there, and you just expect to outlive your kids. Honestly, I don't know.
Presenting the information, then discussing the information with the public. Again, welcome to the transparency. But ultimately, what goes into being a web sleuth?
It's not a call that you think that you're going to have to speak with the funeral home directors and the FBI and have it hit national news. I mean, I do
believe that there's always a line that should never be crossed. People can have their YouTube channels as long as they can.
Haley Gonzalez in the white hoodie and her friend Madison Mogan were at a popular food truck near the campus.
I would like to
Look, one man appears to be watching them. The time, 1:30 a.m. After ordering, Maddie sees a friend and embraces him. When their food comes, Kaylee takes a short video to post on social media, and they walk off together. Look, the man gestures towards them and then heads in the same direction. It's believed police know who he is. Kaylee's sister Olivia watched the video.
Kaylee was aware of her surroundings, maybe a little overly aware, which is also why all of this is so confusing to us, because Kaylee's not stupid. She's a smart girl. She's a strong girl. She's a mean girl. She's a fighter.
The night began at around 10:30 p.m. when the friends took an Uber to a downtown bar called the Corner Club. It was a party atmosphere, with Kaylee and Madison described as being in good spirits. They left a little after 1 a.m., and that's when they stopped by the food truck. 1:56 a.m., the girls take an Uber home. They were stabbed to death between 3 a.m. and 4 a.m. that morning, along with their friends Ethan Chapman
and then again delivering that information. There is actually no difference except the budget. Or somebody that is literally themselves in their living room, at their desk, in their office, using their time as their most important, valuable resource, is their time to locate people, ask to get interviews, reading material, requesting material. At the end of the day, manpower, hours, both sides of mainstream media and a web sleuth, you're going to have to utilize your time wisely. But when you have money, you can get to places, you can fly to places, you can travel to places, you can rent hotel rooms, you can be a little bit more creative because they're not as lucrative as far as their budget would go into being able to produce the high level quality of a production the mainstream media can produce. But that doesn't mean that the information, if it is obtained within, I guess you could say ethical ways, and that you vet it and that it's factual, however it gets presented, it may not be as flashy, but it's just as much relevant and credible. I think at the end of the day, it all comes down to credibility. And what makes mainstream media credible? Well, when the information they put out is correct. That's what makes mainstream media, or anybody for that matter, credible, is when the information that you put out matches the one-day information that the public will learn about. Having your theories on cases, mainstream media does it, profilers do it when they go on their channels, criminal profilers. So how you run your YouTube channel and how mainstream media runs their broadcast, they're very similar, except for the budget. I think a perfect example for the Idaho4 case for me is the fact that I have had Scott Roeder on my channel. Scott Roeder is one of the world's best crime scene reenactment personnel. Hands down, one of the world's best. Prosecution uses him. Defenses have used him. He has been in a lot of high-profile cases. He has been the source on national broadcasts. And Scott Roeder was here on my channel a couple different times now during the Idaho4 case as one of the experts that I have leaned on.
It's not unusual to hear somebody make a noise at 4 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's important that every lead gets followed up on. And the thing that's really tragic is the window, we've all heard, 48 hours is the most important time after a murder to find out who, to catch the killer.
Yeah.
Right? And it's been almost a month now, or how long has it been? Over a month.
Mm-hmm.
This whole community ran for the hills after this happened.
Yep.
So there's no way to do a head count of who's there still.
Who called 911? We're learning that the caller was not, repeat, not either of the two roommates who live in the house and apparently slept through the massacre. So the mystery is, who did make that 911 call to police, and how did that person make the gruesome
Bingo. This was wrong. Flat out wrong.
Discovery. I spoke with County Prosecutor Bill Thompson.
It's an essential part of the case. Whoever discovered the scene first, whoever initiated the contact with law enforcement is all part of understanding what occurred and the timeline of what occurred.
He told me the two roommates may have critical information.
The investigators are already talking to them and trying to get from them everything they can possibly remember about what they may have seen, what they may have heard, what their activities were, what they know about the activities of their housemates.
A new wrinkle, former LAPD detective Mark Furman, yes, that Mark Furman from the O.J. Simpson trial, now lives in Idaho and is claiming that victim Kaylee Gonsalves had a stalker.
I talked to one student, and I agree with this. It was twice removed from the person that said it, Kaylee. But Kaylee 2 months ago complained about a stalker.
Only when
House the drivers were sleeping.
Their story was they heard partying, they heard noise, but they just, as usual, said, there's partying going on, and they locked the door.
Another mystery, where was Kaylee's dog the night of the killings? 4 students found each had multiple stab wounds. Some had defensive wounds, showing they fought with the attacker, and there was no sexual assault. County Coroner Kathy Mabbutt is describing the murders as personal.
Were they found in beds?
Yes, there were multiple stab wounds. The fatal ones were to the chest area or the upper body area.
The father of Xana Kernodle says her wounds show she fought for her life.
Bruises, maybe hurt by the knife or whatever. She's a tough kid. Whatever she wanted to do, she could do it.
And we're learning that another victim, Madison Mogan, had planned to spend Thanksgiving with the family of her boyfriend. Growing anger over the lack of information, statements from left field, and lack of outreach to the public to gain information has made this even more painful. On a typical weeknight, Main Street in this small college town is bustling, but not tonight. So many people are fearful over these 4 brutal homicides that many students have left campus and returned home, leaving Moscow, Idaho, a virtual ghost town. I found University of Idaho student Grace Martin, who lives across the street from the murder scene, as she joined the exodus of students heading home.
Living next to the crime scene, it feels very dark.
Answer, news editor of the campus newspaper, says the lack of information is fueling fear.
They keep saying it's an isolated incident, but if we don't have an idea of who it is, nobody knows what to look out for. No one knows how to keep.
It was an isolated incident because Bethany and Dylan were spared.
Day 1 of the investigation was November 13th, the day they found the bodies. There was a press release. Day 2, November 14th, 2022, that was when the public was informed that this was a targeted attack. Day 3, November 15th, the public was informed that this was an isolated target attack with a fixed blade. Also on day 3, we would find out that Moscow Police Department said that the ISP and the FBI were involved.
So it's a tough job for law enforcement right now. And thank God for the families, the FBI's there, because this is way too big of a job for any local police department to handle on their own. Any small state highway patrol department, it's too small. They just don't have the kind of history of dealing with mass murder like the FBI does. So the fact that the FBI is on this thing makes me feel a lot more comfortable. But the FBI should have been on this thing on day 2, day 1.
And they were. So just like Scott Roeder said, FBI should be there, and they were. I asked Scott Roeder a couple questions about a month into the investigation of the University of Idaho murders that I want to jump right into, and then I'll come back to day 4, November 16th, 2022. Do the line of work that you do.
Yeah.
Would you, at this point, hire a private investigator?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. I would have an army of people interviewing every single person that my kids knew, and that any one of these 4 kids knew, families, friends, and trying to find somebody, trying to find out some information. Who's missing?
Yeah, who hasn't been around? Who's been acting different?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely who's been acting differently. But from a profiling standpoint, This is going to be an introverted person.
Okay. Scott Roeder believed at the time of this interview that the killer was an incel, basically, and that was on limited information.
Filled with rage and hostility. And this act of mutilating these people with a giant blade of some sort is a fulfillment of this rage. It's a satisfaction of this internal rage that this person has. I think this is a loner, an isolated, quiet person that probably does not make eye contact with many people. You know, a person who's
a single person.
Yes, definitely single. Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure. This isn't some father. This isn't an uncle. This is a
single person.
This is the same kind of kid that would shoot up Columbine or Sandy Hook or any of it.
Scott Roeder basically profiled someone like Brian Kohlberger from day one with very limited information. But did he get it right? Would Scott Roeder, if asked today about the murders at the University of Idaho, would he double down on his original profile, or would he have something else to say? The first thing that any web sleuth is going to tell you and start circulating as far as social media goes. You want the victim's social media. You want, people that they're friends with. They just tell you to scour social media. They'll start screen recording, downloading, saving, basically getting everything you can that's on the web before it's off the web. That's what makes it a web sleuth case. People could say, "Oh, this is a web sleuth." So to me, it's not a dream. It's an opportunity to help, and that's how I look at it. As far as people out there that say that web sleuths exploit cases, I don't see the web sleuths exploiting anything. I see the web sleuths double checking the information that's coming out, and more importantly, before there's information coming out that they're putting out the information, they're going and gathering up, all this social media stuff. That's why it's web sleuthing. And Taylor has, I don't have to web sleuth at all. Let me have the discovery. I'll put it all, together for you. But as far as this case, there was a nationwide manhunt. And this nationwide manhunt was open to the public. The police from Moscow, Idaho, came out in a presser, and they wanted the public's help. They wanted the public's help with any information.
If anyone in our community or across our nation has any information about these times or the victim's whereabouts, please call our tip line at 208-883-7180.
And right there, that's what gave everybody on November 16th, 2022, is that your natural born web sleuths of the world, they had already begun. And I believe there's a big misconception of what web sleuthing is, and that people are in their basements and that they are just these, weirdos in a sense. Mainstream media are the biggest web sleuths out there with the biggest budgets out there. And I'm going to show you the perfect example of mainstream media doing exactly what the world deems a web sleuth. Here's Brian Enton and Ashley Banfield, huge fans of theirs. They are, in a sense, web sleuths, but they get to do it on a much lucrative budget. Here, Brian Enton, on December 20th, decided to take us for a ride to see the area of Moscow, Idaho, and the possible path that the killer took once leaving the home that night.
House right in front of us, Ashley. And then this is Taylor Ave. So we turn on Taylor Ave here, Sigma Chi House, Band Field, which we've talked about, where that body camera video came with the kids who were drinking. That's Band Field on the left. On the right, look at all these apartment buildings. Ton of apartment buildings on the right. Remember, there's one building where we found out they gave up video. They had a camera that was pointing down towards Taylor Ave. more townhouses. The university is on the left. Student housing is on the right. I told you, it's dense over here. I mean, it's not, like a wooded area along these roads. You've got a lot of houses and a lot of students that live in this area. A lot of snow now, too, by the way. Again, remember, it wasn't like this when the murders happened. There wasn't really any snow. There's been so much snow the last couple of days. Gets a little more woodsy in this direction as we continue down Taylor Ave. And then right up here is the intersection with 95, which is sort of the main drag that goes through Moscow. So you've got the 76 gas station and the A&W on the right here. You remember, we confirmed that police got video from that gas station, busy gas station. And then this is Highway 95, sort of the main drag. If you go right here, it kind of gets rural out there. It goes right outside of town. If you go left, which we'll go left, I want to show you how much action there is over here. Again, busy, more apartments, a camera right there. I noticed at that apartment building facing the road.
This type of work is done by a web sleuth by using Google Maps. Also, some web sleuths have done the same thing, that they will drive to an area and do something very similar. Again, it's the budget, it's the production, the flash that will come with it. But the information that you're gathering, whether you're mainstream media or somebody like myself who's a web sleuth who doesn't have a big brand behind me,
Right there, look at this. Look at this day. See all this right here? Look at this. Okay. One.
Or somebody like myself who's a web sleuth who doesn't have a big brand behind me, my name. We're essentially doing the same thing. Okay, we're scouring social media. We're using the web.
You guys see that?
The internet as your possible theory's eye. And that's what photographic skills with my logic. And
I'm just going to use this footage for a second.
Came to town. Now fast forward to that the
ways out of this neighborhood, and that would be going out here onto Taylor and then spinning around on Rolenta all the way out Sunnyside, Conestoga, out to Palouse. So I am going to take you on that route. I'm going to take you right up there
where the murders happened. Crazy that it's now been 37 days. We want to show you what it would be like driving out of here. Keep in mind, it's light out now. It's snowy. It wasn't snowy when the murders happened.
Okay, you guys,
keep in mind,
we're now
days.
right
We
there.
want to show you what it would
Right here, hold on. Right there.
happened. Crazy that it's now.
Brian Kohlberger watched this episode of Brian Etten. Brian Etten just talked about it yesterday, the day before, on his Nancy Guthrie coverage. Okay. And it was this close-up photo. And this was the recreates the killer's possible escape. This is what was sent to Brian Etten from the Barnharts, saying, here you go. This is what Brian Kohlberger watched on his phone. So
now been 37 days. We want to show you what it would be like driving out of here. Keep in mind, it's light out now. It's snowy. It wasn't snowy when the murders happened. But we want to show you what it would be like driving out of here. Everything on both sides.
turn, and then you have a choice. You can go to the right down Taylor, which takes you to Maine. There's a couple roads out that way. It will take you to the University of Idaho, or you go this way. And this is called Rolenta Drive. So we're going to drive this route. We're going to drive this.
Hold on. So right here, when he basically what Eric Gower does the one time
Taylor, but it turns
or one of the people do
to
is
Rolenta Drive
right
here
there to make the turn.
So we're going to drive this route.
The vehicle does right there as you're approaching There's like right where those pine trees are. It sucks because it's snowing. There's an area to pull.
So we're going to drive this route.
Right there.
We're going to drive this route in the day. And people say on the news report, you see, you can actually, there's car things that pull over, but you can clearly see the house from right here. From this area, right here.
Look at what comes in our view. Right there. That I'm telling you, Dylan is talking about the houses right there.
And you can see, and there's the officer at the beginning of the video. Let me go right here where it's clear. So maybe a vehicle parked right here.
It's exactly where the fucking driveway of that car that I've been talking about from like at like 4:45 until 5:05 in the morning. Look at that.
If the media caught this vehicle, it would be like right here.
Well, as the probable cause affidavit for the arrest of Brian Colbert,
already,
but also what they
these things
weren't
take time. It takes
saying.
time to work through. You heard the stats of all the tips and everything, the interviews and everything that's been done. This takes time for our investigators to work through. So please be patient as we work through this investigation.
Exactly. Things do take time. So how are you or anybody clearing or publicly stating that certain people aren't involved? How is the police department in a position to state these things in a press conference that was conducted on 11/20/2022?
Isn't that wild? Eric Gower meets on 11/18/2022, and on 11/20, people want a rundown of people that are not involved in this case, and it's like, all right, here you go. Hoodie guy's not involved. Roommates aren't involved. Anybody that was at the house and called 911 not involved. Eric Gower not involved. And it's like, what?
I think what truly was on video went viral, and there were girls.
What day was it? Day 5, November 17th. The Twitch video goes right. I call it the 17th. We call it day 5 because of 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Is that this Twitch video went viral, and the way.
And on November 16th, Olivia sent this to investigators. Okay. Eric Gower knew about the Twitch video when he was interviewed on the 15th. Eric Gower was like, if you actually go and listen to everything that Olivia's ever said, Kaylee's sister, and make a timeline off of everything and out the dates that she's saying stuff, okay? Remember, they're like, we're the ones that are providing you with all this information to the police.
That it was clipped and buy food. Who then steps back? Well, did they? That was the big thing, and that was the big talk of, this case. In the beginning, this was the talk.
This was the talk.
So, who's Hoodie Guy? I went ahead and deep dive Hoodie Guy in the beginning.
So John Jack, he went to, the same school as Dylan. Dylan also went to this, Kai Davis went to school with Dylan. Everybody seems like, they're Boise people.
Two or three videos on Hoodie Guy. I went in deep with like his background, with his family and stuff like that. Very prominent figures, awesome careers, both doctors, his parents. They do a lot of missionary work in Africa. and Kenya, but they are, proud supporters of the University of Idaho. He has brothers that have followed his parents.
They were really good football players.
Of them walking down from the corner club with Jack Showalter, then he is not labeled as this creepy dude who is stalking. And why they didn't do that, you'd have to ask Moscow Police Department. So Jack gets marked off, not right away.
There's that
Jack
black and white truck.
Gets marked off, not right away.
There's that white fucking truck. There's that white fucking truck.
But if the girl's walking down from the corner club, yeah, he's, no more on the radar of anybody. Question is when did they get that video? How long did the families have that, know about that video, meaning the Gonzalez's, or did the Chapin see it? Did the, Maddie's folks? But all of that just comes out as when did, you have it, because you want help from the public. You want to release information when you see the public going the wrong way. You kind of release information that's not,
Yeah. Wake up and you're alone. Okay. So then let's look at this. If I go to crime scene photos, Idaho 4. Okay. Now, law and crime.
Through the key photos from Idaho State Police in bedroom shows just how hard to King Road. And now Idaho State Police have released nearly 2,800 photos from the crime scene. This is actually the fourth batch of photos that the agency has released, and some are actually similar to others that we've seen before, while others are much different. Now, I've pulled many of these photos. I'm going to show them to you and why I.
Has anyone promised you anything in exchange for your plea agreement?
No.
Has anyone told you to be untruthful in answering my questions today?
No.
Has anyone offered you a reward of any kind other
It's at
than
the beginning
plea
of the
agreement,
episode.
in order to get you to plead guilty today?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes.
Brian Koberger
There you
is
go.
spending his days at Idaho's maximum security institution. And despite Koberger's guilty plea, he has supporters who believe he simply pleaded guilty to spare his own life, and they believe he is innocent. So let's go back to the very beginning as we go through this latest batch of crime scene photos. Just before noon on November 13th, 2022, roommates of the 4 students.
And I believe that Ann Taylor is one of those people that believe that. What, Lana? Yeah. I believe that Ann Taylor believes that Brian Koberger is innocent.
Called 911 and Moscow police responded.
Yep. Where's she at? Where's she at?
911 and Moscow police responded.
Yep. Where's she at? Where's she at? Where at? Up here? I'm 13.
Works. I'm so scared. Someone's here, and she screamed and just ran upstairs because she saw someone.
There's 2. Looks like fatalities.
I heard her scream, and she ran upstairs because she saw someone. That's what I'm pretty sure she said. Someone's here, and she screamed and just ran downstairs. And I called for her name, but I jumped up and locked my door because I was so scared. And then I heard someone in the bathroom, and I heard her crying, and I heard some guy say that you're going to be okay, I'm going to help you. And I kept calling her name, but she wasn't answering. And then I opened the door for a second, and I saw this guy, and he was not insanely tall, but he was wearing all black and like this mask, which is covering his forehead and his mouth.
The crime scene photos show the front.
That's what cops wear. Okay, so I want you guys to think about it this way. If somebody ran down the, like, you just can't make, I mean, Jesus, what a mess. I think I'm going to do a mock trial. Fuck it.
I heard her scream.
I wasn't going
She
to.
ran upstairs
I am
'cause she
now.
saw someone. That's what I'm pretty sure she said. Someone's here, and she screamed and just ran downstairs. And I called for her name, but I jumped up and locked my door because I was so scared. And then I heard someone in the bathroom, and I heard her crying, and I heard some guy say that you're gonna be okay, I'm gonna help you. And I kept calling her name, but she wasn't answering. And then I opened the door for a second, and I saw this guy, and he was not insanely tall, but he was wearing all black and like this mask that was just covering his forehead and his mouth.
The crime scene photos show the front entryway at the front door of the house on King Road. Roommate Bethany Funk's bedroom is on that first floor. That is where she and Dylan spent the night after Dylan said she saw a man in all black walking through the house and heard Kaylee say, "Someone's here." The bed is small and it's disheveled, unmade, as the girls went outside after calling the black, walking through the house and heard Kaylee say,
right there, that's the JBL speaker right there.
"Someone's here." The bed is small and it's disheveled, unmade, as the girls.
Is that a twin? Have we had this photo? Like this exact one? Is that a double? It's definitely not a queen. Is that a single? Is it a full? I'm guessing that's what I had it pegged as a full, but it looks like a twin. I'm guessing, is it?
Went outside after calling their friends to come over to check out the house and call 911 when they couldn't reach their roommates. They also show the staircase that leads to the second floor. That set of stairs leads to the living room area where there's a large sectional couch. There's also a beer pong table in the living room area. Then there's the kitchen off of the living room. It appears that the kitchen was processed very thoroughly. You can see blue all.
Fuck thoroughly. It was fucking wrecked. What do you guys think? Do you think that's a? Let's get the measurements of that room. Let's get the measurements of the room. And I'll make a text message here. I know who will know that answer. All right. So you guys are in for a mock trial. Fuck it. Let's do it. We'll do trial 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Monday through Friday. Yep. Oh, shit.
All over the place, on the counter and on the floor. To the untrained eye, it looks strange, but it's a liquid called Blue Star that crime scene techs spray to detect even small traces of blood at crime scenes. Blue Star claims to reveal blood stains that the naked eye can't see without damaging DNA. Blue Star is a name brand for one product, and it's luminol based. Now, if you follow crime cases, you likely know what luminol is. It reacts with blood and other items even after cleaning. Roommate Dylan Mortensen told police that the masked man in all black left the house through the kitchen's sliding glass door. That door has blue stains all over it too. This makes you wonder, was the nearly 8-hour span of time between the time the murders occurred and the 911 call cause for concern among investigators? Were they looking to see whether the crime scene had been cleaned up or whether the killer could have cleaned up blood and left the scene? Blue Star was used in many, many locations around this house, including outside Dylan Mortenson's bedroom, which is off the living room. A shoe print, later described as a Vans shoe print, was discovered outside of her door. It was mentioned in the initial probable cause statement, but then we really never heard about it again. It was suggested it could have been the killer's footprint. Blue Star was also used on the handrail that leads from the second floor to the ground floor in an effort to look for blood that can't be seen by the naked eye. Now, if you followed this case closely, you are familiar with 2 unknown male DNA profiles that were found in the house on a handrail going from the second floor to the ground floor. Those were never put into CODIS, possibly because of the quality of the samples. Now we're seeing those samples. Those samples have been described as unknown male B and unknown male E. The defense wanted to point to those samples as possible alternate suspects had the trial gone forward. There was also a marker for blood spot A. There were other areas of blood on the handrail that were documented too, one with the tag 41. The photos also document the third floor of the home where Kaylee
There's the black jacket.
and Maddie's rooms were located. Kaylee's bedroom is untouched, her Idaho sweatshirt hanging over her chair and her bed covers pulled back as she was sleeping in Maddie's room with her. The dog cage for Kaylee's dog Murphy is also there. Then the photos move to Maddie's bedroom where she and her best friend Kaylee were stabbed to death as they slept. Kaylee's pink boots were in her windowsill. You could see those from the outside of the home. Photos of the K-bar knife sheath, the USMC
Right there.
symbol side down on the bed are also included. The sheath had been described in court documents as being next to Maddie's leg and partially under the comforter. The handle portion of the sheath is hanging off of the bed in one photo. How the sheath was left there and why has been a lingering question. Was it dropped there in a frenzy and forgotten? Or was it left there on purpose? Only one person really knows for sure. Supporters of Brian Kohberger suggested it was planted. Testing of the leather strap at the crime lab revealed an unknown male's DNA on that strap. It was eventually tracked back to Brian Kohberger by the FBI using genetic genealogy. A mixture of Kaylee and Maddie's DNA was found on the back of the sheath, along with an unknown male's DNA. So I want to bring in Joseph Scott Morgan, the host of Body Bags, the hit podcast.
Yeah, star application here is an understatement. They used it, and I understand why they're using it. And they're trying to pick up on the most minute evidence of blood that's there in that environment that was contained there in that house that all 4 of these people shared, just to identify it. Because, you know, at certain times we'll walk into scenes and you look around and there's certain things, we use a term in science called viewing something with the unaided eye. And Blue Star, though it varies from luminol, it's the same purpose. It's interacting with the iron in our blood. Everybody knows, you know, they tell you, you know, you need iron in your system for your blood, right? So iron is contained in the hemoglobin. And so what happens is when Blue Star is actually applied to an area, say for instance, even the thing that you can't see will suddenly pop. And you can see that in a couple of shots here where you have the application of Blue Star, and then all of a sudden, standing out within that kind of array, you'll see these kind of hyper white areas. Well, that means there's blood there. Okay. And the photos that we're viewing right now, you know, indicate that there is a presence of blood, and it paints a rather ghastly picture.
I want to ask you specifically about the kitchen area. We have Blue Star being used in large quantities in the kitchen area and along the slider door. And I look at that and it almost looks like they just splashed it all over the place. Is that because they're looking potentially at the possibility that there was a crime scene cleanup here? I mean, you go into a crime scene, you don't know what you've got. You know what your witnesses have told you. Are they looking to see, like, because of the length of time between the 911 call being placed and then when the roommates said these homicides likely happened at, you know, just after 4 a.m., are they just covering all of their bases and thinking, was there possibly a cleanup here?
Yeah, bingo. Do you want to sign up for our Crime Scene Investigator Academy? Because you're right on target.
I've covered a few of these.
Yeah, you have. Okay, so the idea is
Also, at that time, there's no footprints out, right? So like, duh, like that would be indicative of like why you're doing it. And I would not be saying it's because of the roommates or the length. I'd be saying it's because of the crime scene, right? Like that's what I would be arguing through cross-examination of these detectives that decided to use this. Why are you using this? You know, what does the kitchen have anything to do with anything? Why did you think that there was why did you think that you'd find blood there? Was there an attack there? You get what I'm saying? Like that's what I would be doing on cross-examination, and I would be fucking lighting these people up. And they're going to go the route. Talbot would be asked these questions. That's who made the decisions, right? Talbot is your crime scene lead investigator. Okay. I think he needs to get retrained, but that's just me.
The old adage, your supposition here about the sink area, that would be a prime spot to go and clean up.
The question is, what is this telling you? What does this mean? What are we like? Okay, great. We see all this shit here. What does it mean? You know what I mean? Where's that question at?
Okay.
I need to hear.
Of this reactant with the hemoglobin that might be there. Now, people need to understand this and be very, I want to be very clear on this. Just because you find blood at a scene, you have to be very careful because that blood is not necessarily associated with a terminal event. Okay. I mean, you can have blood deposition for any number of reasons. Guys cut themselves shaving, people scrape their knees. You've got 3 women here that might have menses. There's any number, and I've seen it quantify, and you're qualifying the idea that yes, in fact, there is about is that just a second people did this, over the course of these many years that we've covered this case. People are speculating, egress, points of egress, and trying to remove yourself from that location. Well, the last thing that maybe a perpetrator would want to do is clean their hands before they leave, or clean an instrument or something like that, and then hop out the door. That's significant. But I got to tell you, just reviewing the images right now, I see as I had mentioned, a copious amount of Blue Star being applied at the sink. But those little white, those kind of hyper white little dots. And again, I've got a very limited view here from what we have. I don't see that presentation here.
Interesting. On the hand railing, going downstairs, and when I say that, I mean toward the front door. A lot has been made about 2 unknown male DNA samples. A lot of people, including Brian Koberger's defense, have pointed to these unknown DNA samples. It sounds like they were degraded. They were never put into CODIS. We now have photographs of those samples, like B and E. The defense wanted to point to those as potential alternate suspects. It was very strange how we never got any answers about those profiles. It sounded like they were degraded. And they didn't believe they were related to the crime scene. We're now seeing that these were small spots.
Very
Even
small,
Ann Taylor described them as small spots, and they are not in the actual areas of the bedrooms. In your experience, I mean, is that much ado about nothing? Because people are still talking about that and thinking, oh my God, this points to more than one killer. Or
No. I don't think that it's much ado about nothing. Everything should be considered at a crime scene. Okay. However, you talked about, kind of the degrading here.
There you go. No, it's not much ado about nothing. That's not true.
And if you're doing a visual assessment of blood, I'm not saying that it's perfect, but you can pick up on aged blood as opposed to fresher sample of blood. Aged blood is many times is dried out. Of course, there's environmental factors that play into all of this, but aged blood is it's darker. Sometimes it's very flaky, that sort of thing. And how it's identified, did they identify it as a result of an application of Blue Star? Is this something that somebody, because you're going down, I'll give you, for instance, if I were working the crime scene and the handrail, because that's an area of support, right? So you're walking down, you're kind of holding yourself at that point. Well, that's a point of contact. That's something I'm going to have a hand lens out at the crime scene, and I'm going to go over every surface, just visually inspecting it, running down the handrail, all the points of potential contact. And also, I would have to look on steps to see if there are any droplets that kind of communicate, relative to the position. So
They didn't do any of this shit, man. They were so sloppy. The people that were sloppy were the investigators, man. This is crazy. Crazy.
Of a blood droplet on handrail. Is there anything else down below? Because gravity is in effect here. Yeah, I mean, I think that people are right to ask those questions. Defense is right to ask those questions, or at least put that forward. But the sample itself apparently is in such a state that it just would not be, it wouldn't marry up with the timeline, I think. And that's a big problem, particularly when you and I are sitting here, we're now seeing these images of, let's face it, as horrible as this is, it's fresh. Okay. It's fresh deposition at that point in time. And those two things don't necessarily correlate.
Well, we're all hoping to get more answers when some more of the court documents are unsealed, more answers about the DNA aspect of this.
Yes.
Let's talk now about the sheath. We're now seeing the sheath. We had seen it before. Sheath, we're now apparently it didn't have, it wasn't like a high quality sample. And, then we have Koberger's DNA on the strap of the sheath. When you look at the DNA notes, it says it's on the strap. They swabbed the strap. So what are your thoughts on seeing those actual photographs of the sheath on the bed?
Okay, I'm going to frame this in this manner. If it's context, I think for the first time, and now I'm talking just kind of like as a human here, not as a crime scene person, forensics person. For the first time, we see it in context. We see it positioned on the bed beneath her leg. And it is face down. So when I say face down, like we've commonly seen the sheath, when you look at the front side of it, you can see, emblazoned with the USMC on it. We now see it wedged, okay, at the scene.
Not wedged.
It really puts things into perspective, and so.
Okay. What?
We've commonly seen the sheath, when you look at the front side of it, you can see, emblazoned with the USMC on it. We now see it wedged, okay, at the scene. And it really puts things into perspective.
What does it put in perspective?
So,
Tell me.
When I consider this, putting back my forensic hat now, when I see this, one word that comes to mind is a term that we use in forensics, and that's called pristine. Pristine doesn't mean, in our context, perfect. Okay, it means in its natural occurring state. And early on, when this, I don't know, within 2 or 3 days, when I was first asked this question about the sheath or about the knife, I asked early on, was there sheath left behind? And lo and behold, a couple of days later, we found out that there was. Okay, we didn't really know what the status of it was, and I began to think, why would that sheath? Why would some person leave a sheath behind? And I have a myriad of reasons why I think that occurred. But the one thing that I can take away from this, going back to what you had said about how much blood is contained in all those other spaces, the sheath bears evidence of the fact that this is something that happened prior to, the unsheathing of the knife. Now, I know that seems rather obvious, but it's not like they went back, the perpetrator went back and put their hands on the sheath after the actual event. This is a one-off where you draw this thing and then you drop it. And you're in such a frenzy. And there's a number of reasons why this individual would have been in a frenzy. And you forget about it. You just live.
What?
The perpetrator went back and put their hands on the sheath after the actual event. This is a one-off where you draw this thing and then you drop it. And you're in such a frenzy. And there's a number of reasons why this individual would have been in a frenzy. And you forget about it. You just leave it behind. And any of those kind of ancillary droplets that are on there, I think that probably arose in the heat of the moment. I mean, let's look, Anjanette, let's face it. This sheath is immediately adjacent to this young woman who's been butchered. Okay. So it's not surprising that you would find, kind of a satellite deposition there, I think. But it was just left there. And that goes, I think, I'm no profiler, but it goes to this idea that the mindset that this person was in when they were attacked, they were in attack mode. And you can extrapolate a lot from that. I think it's probably a sexual frenzy. They forgot because they're so into this moment in time with the butchery that's going on, and also added that this individual may have been surprised not knowing that there was not just a single occupant in the room. You got two.
There could have been two, and then Xana.
And then, and then you go downstairs and you're not thinking, not you, the universal you, your person's not thinking about, oh my gosh, I left something behind, something critical, like a sheath. Still for the life of me, I haven't understood one individual would not have that belted on them, because that sheath has got such a robust belt loop on it. If anybody has not seen it, take notice of it. You go to all of this trouble to glove up, potentially to wear a coverall. And the coveralls that we believe that were being worn didn't have belt loops. And
Yeah, but you're wrong about what you believe, because that's not, the Dickies has nothing to do with that. That's crazy. We actually know that the Dickies is for a scully cap.
It's kind of, in this whole grand scheme of all of this, from an evidentiary standpoint, that's kind of the Achilles heel here for the perpetrator, right? The one thing that would facilitate this homicide and maybe have stretched it out even further as far as checking who this was, because that's that one kernel that's planted, relative to the DNA, where you can go out and now you begin to build out this genetic genealogy profile based upon that. And it was left behind. It was critical error. I'm not saying that he never would have been caught. It would have been more of an uphill push, though.
It would have been far more difficult to file charges in this case. It would have taken much longer without the DNA, for sure. Joseph Scott Morgan, thank you so much for your time and your expertise. I appreciate it.
You're quite
welcome. The draw and drop. I don't even know what to say about that. I had no idea that he said that it was just like, what? Thank you for that. That's wow. Yeah, this is Tina with the draw and drop. How can I scoop you? What the fuck did I just hear? Damn. The sheath looks planted. You guys, why isn't there any blood in Xana and Ethan's room of Kaylee and Maddie? Xana's room has no mixture of Kaylee and Maddie in any capacity. That's my question. Number one, Xana's room has no mixture of Kaylee and Maddie's in any capacity with any person. Like, there's no mixture of there's Kaylee and Maddie's blood is not in that room at all. That's my number one question. My number two question is, wouldn't this be consistent with multiple perps or multiple weapons by the same perp? Therefore, the knife sheath of knife number one from upstairs would be known to be missing immediately. So, since there's no blood in Xana's room that has Kaylee or Maddie, I'm going to say that either the that room featured a different perpetrator altogether, or that the perpetrator from upstairs used different gloves and a weapon. So not just a different weapon, but gloves as well. And then so therefore, in consistent with what Scott Roeder told me, is the person upstairs, based on the gravity droplets, there wasn't like this person was calm, cool, collected. This person wasn't in a hurry. This person wasn't moving all over the place. And so therefore, if you're going to be taking off your gloves in that room, and putting them in like a bag, and then you take the knife and you just put the knife in a bag as well that you had on, like, because you had like a book bag or something on your back. I don't know. And then you have your second weapon with your new set of gloves. And because since you just dispose of your glove just into a bag, or your weapon into a bag like that, that's why you just left your. So you went into the room with a book bag on and upstairs, and you just was like, okay, I got my knife in my hand with me, but it's got the sheath on it. I'm gonna, and just. But then I methodically am taking my time there to know that after I kill two people, I'm not moving crazy around. I'm going to then to put my gloves, take my gloves off, put them in a book bag, take my weapon, put it in a book bag, and then not see and not think about the sheath, and then grab my other weapon that actually has another sheath on it, right? That would also remind me that where's my sheath, because I have to use another weapon, because remember, there's no blood transfer. And then I sneak back down, fuck Dylan, and continue on. And I'm like, I'm going to go get Sienna and Ethan. And when I'm done in there, I got my book bags all on my back. And now I'm going to take that knife and those gloves, put them in my book bag. And now I'm going to take off my tennis shoes, put them in the book bag, and I'm going to have my socks that have no blood and tiptoe through the house, and not touch anything, and then go past homegirl, but I'm holding something that has a triangle and looks like a vacuum. Because I was I had my mini dustbuster with me because I was vacuuming up some areas, like sucking up some blood, paving the way for me, and then I just left. Scott Roeder did say that the only way that he would see that Dylan wouldn't have been harmed is if the killer had planned whatever state that they were in, and they were already in a, like, changed out of clothing or whatever, and they're in whatever they're in, that at that point, you don't have anything else to change into. So like if you go and kill her, like you don't have any, like that's all. He gave the best to me, the best situational, which would be if Dylan truly saw him. And the only reason that she wasn't killed is because that really fucked up the plan. With he has to have clothing to get into his car and not have anything transfer. And if he's already to the point where he took off clothing, put in a backpack, something like that, and that's when she saw him, then, you know, he can't kill her because of the clothing. And that was the only thing that ever made sense to me, is why there could be a potentiality of Dylan not being killed. Like after seeing, and that's what I said. And then he just managed to win the lottery, and she just decides not to call 911 for like 9 hours after she would have just heard all of that shit, saw that. Like, wow, talk about. And that's when he was just like, yeah, he's like the jury. He's like, the jury is going to struggle all day with that. Because everything that you're saying, a lay person is going to, like, especially if you do a pretty good job to articulate that to the jury, to talk about, wow. And that's what I always said. I was like, wow, Brian Kohlberger really won the lottery here. Because take IGG out of the equation, whoever did this really won the lottery, because, wow, Bethany and Dylan, not just one of them, but both of them decided that they weren't going to get law enforcement involved. They weren't going to go check on their roommates, and that this would go all the way until almost noon. Like, whoever did this, wow, like, look at all of this. It's just amazing. Everything's just going your way, right? I'm having a Twizzler. So I just think that your video of her the other day made me open my eyes like, wow, she's talking like she was. You know, I don't know what the fuck's, I don't know. I just think Lana, you are so fucking smart and logical on fire. I just know that this couldn't have happened in the time frame that they're saying it did. And why did the police marry this? Like, they know that they only had one way to marry the, like, they could have said that this happened. They could have said that this started at 2:25. They could have said the crime occurred between 2:25 and 4:30. You know what I mean? Dylan and Bethany both slept through it. Right? But why didn't they is the question. Why didn't they? Well, because here's fucking Molly. Molly comes through, and Molly's like, I saw a girl standing up and going down and standing up and going down. Okay. Well, fuck. That means that they're alive. And it's like, no, it doesn't. That doesn't mean shit. It doesn't mean shit. And how do we know? Like, I don't know. Maybe Dylan walked in the room. She had the plate of, you know, nobody came to get the food. I went down there. I realized somebody was there. I started eating because, I don't know, they're passed out. I go in there and realize that, and lose my fucking marbles and throw up a plate. I don't fucking know, because I see all that shit. I don't know. I don't know. Just the more you talk about it, Ann Taylor was right as fuck. You can't take anything that these girls are saying with a grain of fucking salt. Like, I mean, it's whatever. There's no knock on them, and don't put them in a weird position. But they have no fucking clue, because anybody that would have had a clue would have called the cops, right? So we don't know when this happened. And they fucking said, so on cross-examination, you would say, Dylan, Bethany could have called you to say, hey, I just got home from having sex with whoever, right? Yeah, she could have, because I don't remember. Perfect. She also could have told you that she got home, came in this back slider door, thought she saw blood on the beer pong table and asked you about it, called you. She could have said that the front door was open. She could have said she heard people talking outside. Yeah, because you don't remember anything, right? Correct. You have no idea what you talked about. Correct. But on the day of the murder, you told investigators that you did remember.
Me too.
Huh?
Fights for its clients and
yeah, you don't recall?
Now I've pulled many of these, including the case released from thousands of crime scene photos are released from the home on King Road, where 4 University of Idaho students were brutally murdered more than 3 years ago. I go through the key photos from Idaho State Police.
Some guys say that you're gonna be okay. I'm gonna help you. Random.
Come here. There's 2. Looks like dowdies.
I heard her scream, and she ran upstairs because she saw someone. That's what I'm pretty sure she said. Someone's here, and she screamed and just ran downstairs. And I called for her name, but I jumped up and locked my door because I was so scared.
Okay, now, boom. You know when she says that she did that? She says that so does that happen before or after Bethany calls you, Dylan? Wow, what a logical question, Lana. How the fuck do investigators not ask that? Dylan was called by Bethany first. So that happens way before Bethany calls you, right, Dylan? Well, you were sleeping. What woke you up? If Bethany's phone call woke you up, hey, I woke up because my phone started ringing and it was Bethany. That's a simple remember. Like, hello. Isn't it true? You don't take any steps on your phone. You don't do anything with your phone from 3:51 until 4:19 and 6 seconds when Bethany calls you. You told investigators you were sleeping from basically 2 to 4. You testify to the grand jury, right? We're going to be able to say all this stuff. You testify to the grand jury, you did this, blah, blah, blah. Well, you saved a contact at 3:51. Why? Who were you with? Why were you saving a contact? You don't remember doing any of this? No. The investigators ask you any questions about this? No. Does anybody have your do you have a password on your phone? Can anybody get into it? Did anybody else save a number? Was somebody else using your phone that night, Dylan? You don't know, do you? Has anybody ever played a trick on you before and used your cell phone and texted people or, made it seem like you were texting somebody and played a joke on you?
And then I heard someone in the bathroom and I heard her crying and I heard some guy say that you're going to be okay, I'm going to help you. And I kept calling her name, but she wasn't answering. And then I opened the door for a second and I saw this guy and he was not insanely tall, but he was wearing all black and like this mask, which is covering his forehead and his mouth.
The crime scene photos show the front and
Let's go back to that interview itself, because now I just thought about something else. She's merging 2 events, and she's merging 2 events. Even Steve said that when he talked to that girl and texted that girl. Hold on one second. If we go to Dylan Mortensen interview on 11/13.
Like right above my shoes.
What are you on, first, second?
Second.
And she's on third?
Yeah.
Okay. And then what time do you think came home?
Like 10, 20 minutes after I did.
Okay. And then Maddie and who else came from the
Kaylee, I think they came home like 1:32-ish.
Okay. And at that point, nothing.
Nothing weird at all.
Okay.
Then everyone went to sleep at 4 a.m. I like look at my
Then everyone went to sleep.
Nothing.
nothing weird at all.
Okay.
Then everyone went to sleep at 4 a.m. I like look at my phone and I can hear Kaylee and Murphy like dancing. I can tell it's her voice and that's Murphy because he's barking.
See how she says, and everybody went to sleep at 4 a.m. Everybody went to sleep at 4 a.m. What?
And then I hear her go upstairs because you can hear like everything. And I heard her say, "There's someone here," and I thought she ran downstairs. And then I jumped up and locked my door because I didn't know what else to do.
Okay. So Kaylee and Murphy.
There's someone here, so I got up and ran to the door and locked it. What?
Sure.
Murphy, so Kaylee and his Kaylee's ex-boyfriend, they share the dog pretty much.
And Murphy's the dog?
Yeah.
Okay. What is Kaylee's last name?
Goncalves.
Oh boy, spell it for me.
G-O-N. Yeah.
Current.
Yeah. He's ex right now. No, they're really good like friends still.
And still play with the dog and stuff like that? Normal kind of thing, probably.
Yeah. So someone's here and I can tell she's scared and she runs down. When she goes, I can hear her go upstairs. And then I think she's in her room. She says that someone's here and I can tell she's scared and she runs downstairs.
Where do you think she ran?
I don't know if she ran past the stairs or it was in the living room.
Okay. But you heard her. You heard her on the stairs.
Yeah, I heard her running like super fast down the stairs.
Okay.
And then I didn't open the door. I just called her name and I called Xana, Kaylee, and Logan on my phone.
Okay, perfect. There it is. She's telling us this order. Okay. And she gets it wrong. She gets it all the way wrong because guess what? And this is what Ann Taylor was going to show and say is that the order that Dylan Mortensen has this in is this all happens, but it happens earlier. Okay. This all happens earlier. And then it's not until Bethany calls Dylan that wakes her up or whatever Bethany, she's asking her something. And my thought is that she's saying, why the fuck is the front door wide open? Okay. That makes a lot of sense to me. Like, why is the front door wide open? Or why is the slider wide open? Or now, according to Bethany, she wants to say that she heard a bunch of noises. She heard somebody bumping into the table and beer pong table and blah, blah, blah. And then she saw a flash and a boom and a firecracker. What the fuck are you talking about? Your door is closed. How do you see a firecracker? We see her room. You can't see that. You would have the only way you could see a firecracker underneath my door. That doesn't even make any sense, you guys. Okay.
And then
what were those other names?
Xana, Maddie, Mogan is Maddie, and Kaylee.
Okay. So do you know what Xana's last name is?
Kernodle. Kernoodle, I believe.
Okay. And what about Maddie?
Mogan, Mogen.
And Kaylee, you know this kind of club. That's the same one. Okay. Yeah. Were these three friends?
Yeah, we're all roommates. Share rooms.
Yeah, they're all roommates.
Yeah, we all have rooms.
Where's Xana? So.
On my floor.
Where's Xana?
It's my floor.
Your
She's
floor.
closest to the bathroom on my floor.
Bathroom. Okay. So John and Katie aren't an issue.
No, they're not at all.
What about for Xana or Maddie? Are there any guys that are an issue? Any girls that are an issue?
No, Maddie has a boyfriend in Boise. Super nice.
Okay. Maddie and Katie?
On the first floor.
Okay. And was she one in the yellow hoodie?
Yeah.
Okay. She was there. So anybody that would want to hurt Ethan or that's jealous of Ethan?
No. I wasn't really looking at that.
Okay. Any cars that were in the area that you could think of that wouldn't have been wrong?
No, I wasn't really looking at that.
Okay. And you did see anybody come downstairs?
Okay. Any cars that were in the area, I wasn't really looking at that. If I'm in my bedroom, I'm saying I'm in my room, I can't see any cars. Like, what do you mean cars in the area? Like, what? Like, when? Her answer is, to me, I wouldn't be able to answer that question. Like, logically, like, are there any car? Like, when would I When would I have noticed cars in the area? Also, my room is in the back of the house. My bedroom isn't facing any windows. Like, you get what I'm trying to say? She should be confused as fuck by that. I'd be like, cars in the area? I don't understand your question. When?
Did you hear anything else?
I don't even know how they got it.
And you can think, or that's jealous of anything?
No.
Nothing like
No,
that?
I've never heard anything.
Any cars that were in the area that you can think of that wouldn't have been running?
No, I wasn't really looking at that.
And you did see anybody come downstairs. Did you hear anything
No,
else?
I don't even know how they got in. We're usually pretty good about locking doors, and we've never had problems before. Like,
I'm pretty sure we locked the doors. I have no idea how they even got in. That totally changes, okay? To somehow, when she wants to talk to Victoria Gooch, to say that the door somehow, because this is like, then this is what's amazing. She then starts watching all the media coverage, and she sees that the back door was like open, okay? And so she says that to Gooch.
it was just really random.
Okay. So you get home around 12:31.
Yeah.
You got Maddie that comes home shortly after. Yeah. Maddie comes home shortly after that. And then from that point, from about 2 to 4, did you fall asleep?
Yes, I fell asleep.
Yes, I fell asleep from 2 to 4. Yes, I fell asleep. Right there. 2 to 4. Yes, I fell asleep. So, Dylan, do you remember talking to Detective Mowry and you said you fell asleep between 2 and 4?
And Kaylee also came with Maddie at the same time from the club.
How do you know that Kaylee and Maddie came home at the same time? So you were awake. So at 1:56 a.m. you were awake. And then, isn't it true that you were hungry and you wanted food? Yep. And isn't it true that at 2:10 you texted, or 2:11 you texted Eric? And then you just fell asleep within 2 minutes. You didn't see Ziana come home? Did anybody order any food that night?
So between that time, obviously, you're not hearing anything. You had something to drink, so obviously you're going to sleep a little bit deeper, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Look at that. You obviously had something to drink, so you're going to sleep a little deeper. I mean, are you fucking kidding me, Mowry?
And then you had, so between that time, obviously, you're not hearing anything.
Detective Mowry, in your training and experience, you just asked Miss Mortensen, or I should say, you didn't ask her. You suggested that she didn't hear anything from 2 to 4. Is that correct?
So between that time, obviously, you're not hearing anything.
Is there a reason that you said, obviously, you're not hearing anything to her between 2 and 4? Because she was drinking, that you said that she was drinking. She didn't tell you that she was drinking and impaired, that she couldn't hear anything, right? You said that. You then said that, and this is just, so you're doing your training experience. You're a detective, right?
You had something to drink, so obviously you're going to sleep a little bit deeper, right?
Yeah.
You had something to drink, so obviously you're going to sleep a little bit deeper. What does that mean, Detective Mowry? Is that what Dylan said, or is that what you said? So she's just parroting what you said, correct?
Okay. And then you hear her. She says what she says. You hear her hitting the stairs. You open the door, cry out to her.
Yes.
And then
Detective Mowry, did you ask her, well, if you were sleeping from 2 to 4, how did you wake up? What woke you up? No.
you close the door because you're scared.
Yes.
Right? She says what she says, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you hear her. She says what she says. You hear her hitting the stairs. You open the door, cry out to her.
Yes.
And then you close the door because you're scared.
Yes.
Right? What
Actually, she never said that she closed the door because she was scared, did she, Detective Mowry? In fact, she says when you heard what she told you, when I heard her say that there's someone here, she told you what? I don't know. I just got out of my bed, ran over to my door, locked it, and that's it. And I yelled her name from inside my room. My door wasn't open. Isn't that what she said? Okay. Did you ask her what time that occurred? Did you ask her what woke her up?
happens at that point?
I opened the door again, and I heard.
Here she says she opened the door again. So this would actually be the first time because she really didn't open the door. Because she just went over to lock the door. Was the door open? So then did she actually shut it, close it, lock it like that? We don't know because
What I thought was Kaylee crying in the bathroom, and I heard this man's voice say, "It's okay, I'm gonna help you," but it wasn't like in a nice way. Like it was just weird, and it was a voice I've never heard before.
Okay.
And then I called out to her, and there was no crying after that. I don't really know what happened after that.
So when you opened the door, you thought you heard Kaylee crying in the bathroom?
Yeah, but it could have been Dana, but I thought it was Kaylee at the time.
Okay.
now this makes no sense here. How does she now know that it was Xana? Well, because they all were together and Hunter Johnson, it was like Xana and Ethan were in that bedroom, right? And supposedly nobody went upstairs to see Kaylee or Maddie, so whatever. But now she's over here saying, I could think it could be Xana. That's not what you heard. What you heard was Kaylee, correct? Yes. What I heard was Kaylee, okay? And so you couldn't have possibly heard Kaylee downstairs in the bathroom because there's no blood in the downstairs bathroom. Of Kaylee's. Kaylee's blood isn't in Xana's room that we know of now. But that's what she heard. This is what you heard. This is like, it's actually way more important, they say, than what you saw. So you heard Kaylee.
So when you opened the door, you thought you heard Kaylee crying in the bathroom?
Yeah,
okay.
But it could have been Dana, but I thought it was Kaylee at the time.
Okay. And you said you don't recognize the voice?
No. And then I opened the door again, and the guy is right there. And he's maybe my height, a few inches taller, not like skinny, athletic built. He has all black. He's wearing some masks that covers just his forehead, and here it goes like around. He was white. He saw me, and I saw him, and he just left. And he was.
How do you know he saw you? I saw him. He saw me. Oh, really? And he just left. So he was fully clothed.
It looked like it was this, and this was black, and I left. And he was holding. It looked like it was this, and this was black, and I didn't think that it was a gun, but now I'm thinking that it probably was. But I was just in and out of it. So I'm so tired.
You say this.
Like it was cylinder like this, and then it went straight out and then in. So I don't. Maybe.
Almost like a arrow, or?
Yeah, kind of. But
okay.
it was weird. I couldn't really. I called it like a mini vacuum. I don't really know what it was.
Okay. You say your height. How tall are you?
I'm 5'10", so he's probably around 6 foot.
So he's gonna be average height.
Yeah.
She is trying to say that she's already planting the seed that this person's the person that cleaned up. This is fucking wild as fuck. A mini vacuum. When have you ever heard somebody ever say in an interview that a killer was carrying a mini vacuum, and then you come to find out that the crime scene was completely looked like it had been cleaned? Dylan needs to play the lottery.
Any of the girls at all in the house get any kind of freak weirdness going on the last couple of weeks that they talked about?
It's been all normal. Nothing weird at all.
No weird calls, no texts?
No, I mean, nothing really weird happens in Moscow usually.
Right? Okay, so, and I apologize, I keep backing up just a little bit, just because everyone's going to be jumbled up with you, and I totally get that.
Yeah.
So you hear her dancing, you hear her say somebody's here. She goes, it sounds like she goes to the stairs. You open the door, call to her, close the door, and then you go to open the door because you hear her.
No, that's wrong. Detective Mowry, you're reciting it back wrong. you do realize that she said she was in her bed. There's someone here. Dylan says that she jumped out of her bed, went to the door, locked it. That is physical movement number 1. So where we have the first health data on Dylan's phone, okay? Her first movements, okay? Her first movements, health data, okay, after 4 a.m. are going to be her going to her door and locking it, and that's it. Okay? How many steps do you think that would take? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 10. Maybe. That's maybe. Maybe 4, you know?
Crying.
Yeah.
Or at least somebody, might not have been her. And then, did you close the door and then reopen it before you saw him?
Yeah, I closed it before I reopened it and saw it.
So then when she gets up the second time, she opens the door.
From the time that you heard her say there's somebody here to the time that you saw him, how much time do you think?
I don't know. I think it was like around 10, 20 minutes.
Okay.
There it is. 10, 20 minutes. There it is. 10, 20 minutes. There it is. Bingo, bango, bongo. That means, ladies and gentlemen, that you have to back up. If you're going to try to say that the text messages are contemporaneous with the with seeing, like, hey, I texted her at 4:21, 4:23 saying, oh my God, he had, this on. Okay. That means you have to back up 20 minutes from that point. And that means that you would have saw the killer at between 4 o'clock and 4:10. If the text messages are because of her texting Bethany and saying, did you text Bethany right when you saw the man? Like, but they don't even talk about the text messages here. She doesn't say, she's her phone right there. She doesn't say, I was texting. She does not even know that. She does not remember that. The only reason she knows that it happened is because of the text messages. You guys understand that?
Not out of it.
That's a core. I mean, she doesn't say like, here, like, let me look at my phone. I'll tell you, because I was texting with Bethany. Like, that's what she would say.
I don't.
Her say there's somebody here to the time that you saw him. How much time do you think?
I don't know. I think it was like around 10, 20 minutes.
Okay.
I mean, I was really out of it. Everything.
Okay, so now, but if we go off of actually the evidence, they're saying that Brian Kober could not be in that house before 4:10. Okay, which means she couldn't have heard anybody say there's somebody here until 4:10. And then when you move that off from 10 or 20 minutes, okay, that's taking you to 4:20 to 4:30, right? There's somebody here. If he's in the house at 4:10, and you add 20 minutes onto that, it's 4:30. If you add 10 onto 4:10, and then I think they're actually even trying to say like 4:12 or 4:12. But if you go off of what Dylan is saying, she's saying that she woke up to there's somebody here. That would put Dylan's first movements on the health data. So whenever Dylan has her first steps on the health data, that's what it would be. And so if that's the case, we would be like 4:19, 4:17. I'm telling you, her first steps, in my opinion, are going to come after Bethany calls her. And if that's the case, then you're then looking at 439. It's going to be interesting.
It was kind of blurry. Like, I don't fully remember it, I would say.
So I haven't been into the building. Where I should say?
I guess, like, say the door is right here.
This is the apartment or that whole?
It's like a house.
Okay.
It's a whole. You're looking at the living room. To the right is the bathroom and Xana's room. Right in front of you is my room and the stairs.
On the second floor, right?
Yes.
So you got the stairs that are here on the second floor.
Rooms that are like right stairs that go up to the second floor. There's Kay's room is on the left.
Up top, right?
Yes, up top. And Maddie's room is on the right. And there's also a bathroom next to, or like you can see them when you look up, but it's not totally facing. It's more like a door that slides open back there.
So you opened your door. Where was he at?
In between my door and the kitchen, I think. And I saw him go out the door, I believe.
Out the kitchen door?
Yeah, and I just remember saying like, no, and I shut the door and locked it as fast as I could.
Okay.
I saw him go out the door, I believe. What? And then she's like, I remember saying, no. And then I just went in my room and
like, no, and I shut the door and locked it as fast as I could.
Okay.
Shut what door?
So is there a deck out back?
It's like just cement and there's like no fence, so I guess anyone can come in on there.
So is the bottom floor kind of like a daylight basement? So you can come in that floor and then you get out the back up one?
Yeah.
Okay.
What?
Okay. So
no, I don't remember.
All black. Could you see what color his eyebrows were or anything like that?
No, I don't remember what his eyes look like either.
Okay.
Did you see what? Did you see what color his eyebrows were? No. How about like, was he wearing like you said all black, so like a hoodie, like a sweat? Why isn't he asking about the clothing? What the fuck?
He didn't say anything to you?
I mean, I saw his eyes and he saw me, but he didn't walk towards me and didn't see anything.
Okay.
Which I found really weird.
But didn't recognize eyes. Definitely a white guy.
Yeah, definitely a white guy.
Okay. Any smells, anything like that that would be weird?
Mm-mm.
After he left, what happened?
I called me, and
after he left, I called Bethany. After he left, I called Bethany. Ta-da! After he left, I called Bethany. What? Yeah. Okay, well, we know what time that was at. After he left, I called Bethany.
It was like I heard a sound like a firework, and
After he left, what happened?
I called me, and it was like I heard a sound like a firework, and I didn't like put two and two together, and so I told her like I called everyone, they're not answering.
Perfect. Thank you. What really happened there is we're going to forgive her there. After he left, I called Bethany. Okay. Well, after he left, after some time had gone by, after he left, what happened? I called Bethany. No, Bethany called you. Okay. But I called Bethany. Okay. But Bethany called Dylan first. So if Bethany calls Dylan first, right? Maybe she's just confused on the whole, but no, she's not. After he left, what did you do?
Put two and two together. And
after he left, what happened?
I called.
Okay, after he left, what happened? Even better. Even fucking better. Not what did you do? What happened?
Definitely a white guy.
Yeah, definitely a white guy.
Okay. Any smells, anything like that, that would be weird?
Mm-mm.
After he left, what happened?
I called him and it was like I heard a sound like a firework and I didn't like put two and two together. And so I told her like I called everyone, they're not answering. And I'm in and out of it. I don't think anything of it. I just think everyone's asleep. And I go to her room, we lock the door. And
Yes. Okay. These are two separate occasions. It's very obvious. When Bethany called her, time had passed. Time had fucking passed. Time has passed. Because he doesn't say, what do you like? What? Like the next chain of events is going to be when after Bethany says, because we know how it all plays out, guys. When Bethany calls her, that's when she calls people. Okay. And then she calls Bethany back to say, nobody's answering. And then they text some more. And then she's just, because when she was on the phone, she was describing, because this is what makes sense to me. Something that happened earlier. She's saying, well, earlier I saw a fucking masked man, but I thought it was a masked man that I saw because, well, this is what happened earlier. And so she's telling her that. And after what Bethany has saying to her, she's like, well, earlier this is what happened, or like, you know, but that was earlier. I mean, I don't know. I'm calling people, no one's answering. I don't know. But that's the only thing that's logical to me. Because she just says it right here. She's like, what? Like, nothing seemed weird.
it was like I heard a sound like a firework and I didn't like put two and two together. And so I told her like I called everyone, they're not answering. And I'm in and out of it. I don't think anything of it. I just think everyone's asleep. And I go to her room, we lock the door, and just go to bed.
Okay.
And
I don't think anything of it. I just go to her bedroom, lock the door. I don't think anything of it. If she would have called you right after he left, that's why the call to you wasn't right after, because I wouldn't have put two and two together. The only way that you're talking about ever putting two and two together is if a period of time had lapsed. Okay? If something's happening as it's happening, you don't need to put two and it's happening. Okay? Bethany's call to her is after a substantial amount of time has passed. Because that's why she's saying, I didn't put two and two together of what happened earlier, like at the 2:15, 2:30, 2:45, 3 o'clock time frame. Because then all that time had passed. And now I have Bethany calling me at 4:19 and telling me something. And I'm like, huh? I'm totally confused. And so I call my roommates. And then I call Bethany back. And then, because this is how she's remembering it, okay? And then when you put in the text messages, you can't just make it up. You can't make up you can't just say, Dylan just gave you an order that is not what they then present to the grand jury. This interview right here presents, and the interview that happened at the house, present a completely different story of what they told the grand jury.
And this morning, it's like 11 or 12, and we're calling everyone, and no one's waking up. And
okay, right there, it's like 11 or 12, and we're calling everyone, and no one's waking up. You guys, that's not true at all. Nobody was called. Dylan text messaged Maddie at 10:30. Dylan then text messaged at 11:30. Kaylee. That's it. There was no phone calls made. We have the records. So to sit here and to tell this guy here, Detective Mowry, at 2:30 here about a lie that you did at 11, like at 10:30, 11, you weren't called. Bethany did not text or call anybody. You understand? Dylan texted Maddie at 10:23 and Kaylee at 11:36. That's all that happened.
And I go to her room, we lock the door, and just go to bed.
Okay.
And then this morning, it's like 11 or 12, and we're calling everyone, and no one's waking up, and we have like a really bad feeling. So I called Daniel's room, and he said, you need to call the cops right now.
Okay.
He wouldn't let us see what happened because he didn't want us to see pretty much. Yeah.
Your house.
He didn't want us to see what happened. Okay, think about this. He didn't want us to see what happened. I would be saying, because Hunter Johnson said that he didn't even know really what he saw, right? If I'm Dylan and I really truly didn't see anything, I would be over here saying, I don't even know what's going on. Because I didn't see anything. So I have no idea. Why isn't he asking detailed questions?
Co-ed?
Just
girls. Okay. And, your house, co-ed?
Just girls.
Okay. And, right?
So Xana is on the same floor as me. First floor. Mogan and Keely are the third floor.
Okay. That's what I'm messing up. Okay. Didn't hear a car start up? Nothing like that after the fact?
No.
After what fact? Like, after what fact? What part of it? You didn't hear a car start up? When? They're so bad.
And then no one, has anybody seen anything on any social media posts?
No.
Anybody talking about anything?
No.
Okay. Okay. At the six party, anything weird, strange, not normal? Anybody get angry with anybody? Anybody?
No, it was just normal. Like everyone seemed fine. Xana and Ethan were with me, and it was totally normal.
Okay.
Like there was nothing weird or out of place or suspicious.
Nobody hooked up that might have a boyfriend that wouldn't be?
Ethan and Xana were with me, totally normal. Where's Bethany?
Pissed off at him or something?
No.
Okay.
Why didn't you just start at 4 o'clock in the morning? Why are you saying at 4? Like, how do you know it was at 4?
All right. Anything else you can think of that I should know?
All that I really know was me saying that there was like a loud boom, but I didn't hear it.
Okay.
And I don't really know how I did it because I was on that floor.
You were just right below it, right?
Below me, and Xana and me on the same floor. So like Xana and me the same floor. And
I get you.
Down here. And
So Xana's in between the bathroom and the kitchen?
yes, pretty much. There's like a
Xana's what?
wall and there's kitchen, Xana's room, bathroom.
Okay. Anybody else on your floor?
No.
And then downstairs on the first,
Yes.
and then up on the third was, I doesn't know with
Kaylee and Maddie.
Kaylee and Maddie. Those are both on the third.
Yeah.
Similar layout where one bedroom's over the other.
Yeah, so Kaylee's room was here, bathroom in the corner, and then Mogan's room.
Okay. So Morgan would be over Xana's room?
Yes.
Ish?
Ish.
It's not. What the fuck?
I think so.
Okay.
And I guess Kay would be above my room, I'm thinking.
What?
So Xana is on your floor, but she was upstairs with Kaylee and Logan.
No, she was in her room.
She was in her room.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Ethan was in
Her room.
Xana's room as well.
Okay.
How does she know that?
So I had 2 of them there, then 2 of them 1/3.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. Okay. I will give you this. Obviously, you guys have some. Take totally full advantage of that.
Okay.
All right. This is not somebody's
Ridiculous.
and stalking you, or that was just acting weird.
No, but I mean, talking.
Okay.
You said, I think what maybe it was. Did you have, in the recent history, have anybody that you thought might have been stalking you, or that was just acting weird?
No, but I mean, talking. Remember about a month ago, I think one of the police officers that Kayla was outside taking Murphy out, and she saw a shadow.
Yep. Okay.
And then when Kitty was at Winco,
Unbelievable how
that. And then that was about like 2 or 3 weeks ago. And then about a week ago, our door is broken, but me, Maddie, and Ben came home and the door is wide open. And like obviously, yes, the door is broken, but that could also be something else as well.
With the front door?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever find the back slider open or anything? Is that usually locked? What's the condition?
I mean, we're pretty good at locking it. I don't think we locked it last night.
And who?
She is trying to say that a week before that was the door just being wide open. And then it was wide open because they're going to try to say that Justin was confused. And that could that have been the door being wide open. Get the fuck out of here.
Sounds like the code is fairly well known to the front door by people.
I mean, only people that like know us, like random people would not know. But
Okay.
like,
Right. Yeah. Because said he knew it.
Yeah. It does.
Obviously knew it because it sounded like she was going to move in with you guys,
Yeah.
possibly. Doesn't sound like you knew it.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Dylan is still on the fence here that the back door was locked.
Did Kaylee ever say anything or report that weirdness to anybody else other than you guys?
No, because I mean, like, you can't. There's like no proof, you know. I can't really do anything about it, and people are just weird sometimes. We didn't like. Obviously, we were scared for a little bit. We didn't think much about it.
How does she know that she would need proof? You know, like, what do you mean? You didn't report it? Well, no, because we didn't like have like proof of it. What are you talking about? She wasn't there. She was not physically there at the Winco. And yes, you do have proof of it. Xana was there. Okay. You're in a store. There's cameras. What in the fuck are you talking about? But Dylan wasn't there. Do you see how like she just speaks for like the situation? That's how I take it in this situation. She's just speaking for shit, but what? You weren't even there. And yes, there is proof if somebody was stalking you in that department store or the Winco, whatever the fuck it's called, there would be proof. So because he's basically saying like back then, like, did you report it? And it's like, let's be honest, you didn't report it probably because you were buying underage drinks, right? That's why.
After that, because they're just weird sometimes. We didn't like. Obviously, we were scared for a little bit. We didn't think much about it after that because there's something really weird after that.
Did she see?
Obviously, we were scared after that. I'm sorry, but I can't be scared of something that doesn't happen to me. Sorry. Like, I mean, obviously we were scared after that. Like, what? Who was scared? Scared about what?
What kind of car it was he was driving? Nothing like that? Where did Kaylee work?
I'd be saying I wasn't there. I don't know.
She worked at home for a business, I believe. I can't remember what exactly it is.
I'm shocked that she does not know where she works or what she does.
So she was just she works from her apartment? From her room? Okay. And Xana, where did they work?
Maddie and Xana both worked at Mad Creek, And then Maddie also had a paid internship through this business as well that was online at home. Because they were business majors.
Tell me about Kaylee talking about something like that.
Yeah.
And then I heard that it was possibly you. So I just wanted to make sure that I got something like that. Tell me about Kaylee talking about something like that.
Yeah.
And then I heard that it was possibly you. So I just wanted to make sure that I got the right person having those kind of things.
What?
Did you hear Murphy barking or doing anything?
Yes, he was barking a lot.
Throughout the night or?
And I heard Kaylee go upstairs, he was barking a lot, and then I could tell that he was outside. I don't know how the police found him because he wasn't in the house.
Okay.
But he was.
There you go. I don't know how the police found him because he was not inside the house. You guys, what the fuck? That is still the most underrated comment in this case. I have no idea how the police found Murphy because he was not inside this house. He was not inside the house. I have no idea how the police found Murphy. None. What? Like, did you go looking for Murphy? Like, I don't understand that. I have no idea how the police found Murphy. What?
The right person having those kind of things. Did you hear Murphy barking or doing anything?
Yes, he was barking a lot.
Throughout the night or?
And I heard Kaylee go upstairs, he was barking a lot, and then I could tell that he was outside.
Okay, so when I heard Kaylee go upstairs, he was barking a lot. We have the timestamps of the barks. Murphy isn't barking at 4 a.m. Murphy isn't barking at 4:01, 4:02, 4:03, 4:04, 4:05, 4:06. When does Murphy start barking? We got to go what? All the way to what? 4:17 in 5 seconds. 4:17. 5 seconds. You know what that means, you guys? I'm telling you. I am telling you that whoever came to that house to check and see, and they went upstairs, checked that room, came upstairs, checked that room, meaning Xana's walked all over and was just like, oh my fucking God. And then I don't know. It just seems like, I don't know, but that means that at 4:17 and 5 seconds is when this, according to Bethany, would have started. I mean, according to Dylan, because I can't imagine that Murphy is going to not be barking when somebody is attacking Kaylee and Maddie, right? How did that happen? How does somebody come upstairs and begin to attack? And then also remember this, if the door to the bedroom where Kaylee was closed and Murphy was in there, right? Then how can Murphy be like going outside and walking off and wandering? I mean, any way you want to try to like spin this, there's always something that spins you back because it says, nope, you can't go down that rabbit hole you can't go that route because then it blows up this. There's just landmines all over the place in whatever way. And that's, as an investigator, you would just be like, dude, the chronological order of events that you were saying, Dylan, sorry, one of them has to go. Either we go with what you're saying and then we throw out the video. Okay. Or we throw out everything that you've said and we go based off of just a video. And so the exercise today was all about you have to throw everything out that Dylan said. Like you should have done as a good investigator, because it's crap. And that is no dig on Dylan. She doesn't know anything. Okay, if you're gonna put in that she's a frozen shock state and all this bullshit, but yet all of her statements are so fucking reliable, you can't have it both ways. So that means everything started at 4:17 and 5 seconds. How about that? Based off of this. And so Brian Colbert did this in 3 minutes. Not even. Yeah, 3 minutes. And now it's ring the bell because now it makes sense why the fuck investigators had to go in that house and were so determined to show that this could be done in 2 minutes to 3 minutes, 1 minute and 30 seconds to 3 minutes. Because right there, because Dylan's saying like, yeah, it started when Murphy started barking when Kaylee like going upstairs. And then what do? They're like, yeah, this could have happened in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Get the fuck out of here.
I don't know how the police found him because he wasn't in the house.
Okay.
But
I don't know how the police found him because he wasn't in the house. How do you say that? How do you make that statement? Right? How do you make that statement? And that you can make that statement because of two things. You either fucking saw Murphy not in the house, right? I saw Murphy and Murphy wasn't in the house. I have no idea how the police found Murphy in the house because Murphy wasn't in the house. Because I saw Murphy somewhere else. Like, how can you say that? Why are you even saying that? How do you know this? What are you talking about? I want to know this as a investigator. I'd be like, wait, what?
Something like that.
Yeah.
And then I heard that it was possibly.
Like, whoa.
Did you hear Murphy barking or doing anything?
yes, he was barking a lot.
Throughout the night, or?
And I heard Kaylee go upstairs. He's barking a lot, and then I could tell that he was outside. I don't know how the police found him because he wasn't in the house.
Okay.
But he has a puppy. He barks, but he was barking a lot. If there was someone there.
And that was.
Right there, she says it too. He's a puppy, but he was barking like there was somebody there. So you knew that. You know that Murphy barks when somebody's there. He was barking like there was somebody there. How the fuck are you saying this? And how the fuck aren't cops saying, oh my God? So she knew that Murphy barks when somebody's there.
At 1:32, or was that around 4?
When the thing happened.
And when he was barking.
At 4 when it happened. What? You guys, I have to also ask this question. Ready? How does she not know? Or why does she not think that this could have started just because she saw the masked man, okay, at 4:20? Why can't she think that, well, I was sleeping, so I have no idea when it started. You know what I mean? I saw him leaving. So I have no idea when this happened. But I mean, I'm guessing now that like you're telling me everybody's dead, that this is what I remember to hear. Like I didn't put 2 and 2 together. I mean, these investigators suck. They should have explained to Dylan that, listen, we need to put all of this in. We're doing a timeline. Everything has to be in chronological order. Okay. So like, what'd you do first, second, third, fourth, fifth? Like, we're going in order here. All right. And I mean, you're talking to a 19-year-old, right? So just to like,
And that was at 1:32, or was that around 4?
When the thing happened.
And when
it was around 4 when it happened. Right there. Holy crap. I wouldn't know when this happened. You know what I mean? It was at 4 when this happened. Well, I'll tell you what. This happened at 4. When this happened, you know, Brian Colbert is not in the house at 4. Okay? That's just a fact. 4 a.m., Brian Colbert isn't there. And that's why I don't understand why investigators weren't like considering the fact that 2 people, like one person was the driver of the vehicle, or 2 people did this, or maybe somebody was a driver. But come on, like, why couldn't it have been when that car comes in at 3:26 or 3:29 when it gets over there? Why couldn't somebody have, or multiple people, been dropped up and out of the car? I want to know why nobody would think that, because that's exactly what it looks like to me. It looks exactly like there's a driver of the vehicle, but there's multiple people in it. The police said, we are looking for the occupant or the occupants of that white vehicle. And that it would make more sense that this was going on from beginning at 3:29 until, like, that's an hour. Why? Why can't that be a possibility? And I guarantee you, if you ask the question of investigators, you would have heard in a trial them saying, yeah, we looked into that. We looked into that. And if you have blood inside the house, it doesn't belong to Brian. Well, Brian doesn't talk to anybody. You get what I'm trying to say? Like, that's what they're going to say. Well, like, Brian never said that he did this with anybody. What? He lawyered up. Of course, he isn't going to say that he did this with anybody. What about if it wasn't Brian? That's what you would say back. Well, we went through all of Brian's phones and blah, 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 and he, you know, he only has 17 contacts. None of these people, he doesn't know anybody. Huh. Well, was Brian, how do you know if Brian was doing any undercover work? Was he doing any control buys for WSU? Was Brian doing any control buys for Moscow Police Department? Was Brian doing any control buys for any task force? Was Brian doing any work for any of the Pullman Police Department, WSU? If you said that Brian deleted stuff and used a VPN and was like scraping stuff off of his devices, you don't know. There could have been evidence of that then, right? Because that's, you have to keep that. And then they have to say yes. Like, yeah, he deleted stuff. So yeah, of course, there could be stuff that we don't have. We don't have stuff. Okay. So why wasn't this ever considered that? Well, let me just back up. When you determined that you wanted to go ahead and check out on November 21st or 22nd that, hey, could this crime have been done in 1 minute and 30 seconds to 2 minutes and 30 seconds? Why was that so important? Why would that even be something that you were considering? And how did you do that? How did you think to reconstruct that? By going into bedrooms and counting out how many stabs that it would, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Unbelievable. It was so important that you could say that this crime could be committed in that time frame because why? Because of when the dog starts barking? And because of when the white car leaves. Isn't that correct? Well, I don't know. It's crazy. How do you know that it was Murphy barking? Because Dylan said so. Because Bethany said so. What? They didn't go looking for the dog that was barking for I mean, how long was the dog barking for? Why'd the dog stop barking?
He was barking when you first heard him on barking after she was up there playing. Did you hear him go outside, or did he start outside?
Murphy was with Kaylee when they were like dancing. They walked upstairs. He was still with her. And then.
How do you know that? It's like she's watching this. I understand. I don't know. What do you mean?
He was with Kaylee when they were like dancing. They
in
walked
the living room
upstairs. He was still with her. And then when she would yell, someone's here, he started barking in the house. And then I believe the slider door was open, and I think he went.
I believe the slider door was open. Wait, what the fuck? She just said that she thought it was locked. Now the slider door was open. She just said that the guy he left and closed the door. What is, and then she says, I waited to go. I told Emily that I made a run for it after I heard him close the slider door. What the fuck? This is Tina with What the Fuck Transition Services. It's crazy. It's getting crazier by the day, guys.
Out that way, because I could. And then when she would yell, someone's here, he started barking in the house. And then I believe the slider door was open, and I think he went out that way, because I could tell like the sound of his barking was getting like more distant.
Do you think that Murphy would have went after him, whoever he was?
Maybe, but I mean, he's a puppy. He doesn't fully know that yet.
No, he would just be, if anything, probably playing with him.
Yeah, I don't know.
When the guy in black left, did he close the slider or did he leave it open?
I don't know. I just ran downstairs.
Right there.
When the guy in black left, did he close the slider or did he leave it open?
I don't know. I just ran downstairs.
Dude, how these parents, I'm sorry. There's no fucking way. It's wait, what? That's not just what you just said literally 5 minutes ago. I don't know. I thought I saw him leaving. Remember, like, I thought I saw him leave, and I was like, no. And I went back into my room, and I closed and I locked it. And then he's just asking about this.
Maybe, but I mean, he's a puppy. He doesn't fully know that yet.
No, he would just be, if anything, probably playing with him.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, he's playing with them. Right when you've thought that, then you would have had the dog examined, you sickos. You sick fucks. Ugh.
Guy in black left, did he close the slider or did he leave it open?
I don't know. I just ran downstairs.
Perfect. Okay. Okay, anything else that popped up?
No.
All right. I'm gonna go talk to my guys who've done the other interviews and see if anybody's got questions, so that we can kind of start putting more pieces together.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I don't even know what to say anymore. I don't even know what to say. Oh, shit. Way to go. Last one I want to look at, and then you guys can join me back. I have a Turtle Boy live. Karen Reed, Turtle Boy. What a fucking mess. Oh, okay. You guys. Have you guys seen the Kim Jensen interview with law enforcement? Kim Jensen, she's involved with the Shanna Gardner case. She basically tells these investigators, like, dude, that black guy you arrested, he has no clue about this case. Like, it was just great. He looks like he has no idea what y'all are talking about. Go check it out. Go check it out. The Kim Jensen interview, by the way, it's fucking amazing. Now, Dylan on location. Okay, Dylan Mortensen. Let's do. There we go. I want to go with when Dylan gets interviewed. Dylan. Here we go. Mitch.
I don't think he was a little bit taller than me. I'm so scared. Like, can you please come road?
Okay. How much have you seen him?
No, I don't really know. I just saw my friend when I called because we were so scared. Like, can you please come help us? And that's all I saw. That man right there. That helped show you around.
They're big on there.
Yeah, and that's when you told us you needed to call the
Do you mind just waiting over there for me, please? Okay. Now I heard you talking about last night.
Yeah.
Okay. No, the more we know right now, the better. We can start this process. Yeah. So we'll probably be revisiting this interview with you very soon. Again. Okay. So you're probably gonna have to retell the story.
That's fine.
All right. What do you remember seeing? What started?
I remember I was in my room and I was trying to go to bed and I heard Kaylee, who ex-girlfriend, who was my dog.
Real fast. Which one is your room?
Kaylee.
Which one is your room?
Oh,
what room are you in?
Oh shit.
You were in that room?
My room, not Xander's room. My room.
And your room is this one right here?
Next to the stairs. That one is Xander's room.
Second floor room.
Second floor.
Hold on a second. We got something here.
All I heard was I heard her go upstairs and okay, I'm gonna go to sleep now because she's going upstairs.
And you heard who go upstairs?
Kaylee and the dog Murphy.
And upstairs to the very top?
Yeah, that's where her room is.
Okay.
And then all of a sudden I heard her walking up, I heard her scream, and she ran downstairs because she saw someone. That's what I'm pretty sure she said. Someone's here, and she screamed and just ran downstairs. And I called for her name, but I jumped up and locked my door because I was so scared. And then I heard someone in the bathroom, and I heard her crying, and I heard some guy say that you're going to be okay, I'm going to help you. And I kept calling her name, but she wasn't answering. And then I opened the door for a second, and I saw this guy, and he was not insanely tall, but he was wearing all black, and like this mask, which is covering his forehead and his mouth. And I locked the door, and I called and I didn't know what to do.
This was at 4
a.m., yes. Okay. And so then I just ran down.
You left here?
Yeah, left.
And then I called Bethany. I mean, she's still on this thing that I called Bethany. I mean, fucking A. Did they swap phones? I mean, what the shit? Thank you. All right, hold on. I want to look at the chain of custody of the sheath. Custody of the sheath. Here we go. Oh, hell yeah. You guys are getting nothing but the hits. Two 22M 1810. Wait, what? Hold on 1 second. $22M 1810. Item 11. Yep. Location, Moscow Police Department. Oh, see, incident number. Oh, where's right? 23. Oh, 22. Okay. Oh, boy. Why does it say number 14? Okay. Chain of custody, baby. Chain of custody. Whoa. What the fuck? Wait a second. Okay. From scene to Talbot, 11/13/2022. Detective Talbot to MPD Detective Payne, 11/14/2022. Oh no, she didn't. Oh boy, God. Here we go. We're gonna get into it. Oh shit. Okay, let's talk about it. Detective Payne, MPD evidence, 11/14/2022. Evidence to corporal. Look at this. That's that one name. Then officer or corporal, whatever his name. Then he gave it to halfway through the drive. And then Corporal Tupperware, I call him. And then I can't make out that to save my life. This one. 280 GS. What? Let's see. CS crime. Let's see what else. Jesus. Person description. Boy. Candy for 12/16/2022. Where they fucking did something with this on 12/5, I thought. When did they retest the sheath? What the fuck? Oh, they didn't. That's not the sheath. Didn't go. The sheath never went to Idaho or to Texas. That's not what went. The swabs did. Dude, fuck these people. Okay. That's a problem right there. 1216. 1216. Let's talk about 1216. Thank you. 2022. Why is it changing hands? Okay. We'll look back at that. Let's go back over here. I'm going to finish this out and share with you guys again. Bill Morrison is talking about how scared she was.
Left my room down to she's stuck. And so I just ran down.
You left here?
I left my room down to
Phoenix, Jersey.
she's that one with the white lines at the very bottom. I ran down there and we talked and we just locked the door. We didn't think anything of it. We're like, nothing happens in Moscow, so we just like tried to go to bed. And then we woke up and it was weird because none of our roommates were up and we called all of them. They were not waking up. And so me and like, this is weird. So I called and come over and then that's when all this happened.
Who all lives here with you?
Me, that one right there.
Okay. Who's the name?
Santa is the girl in there.
Is the girl that this one?
Yeah.
Okay. How do you spell her name?
Xana. I don't know how to spell it really. Kate. All the time. What? You're out though.
Maddie.
Mogan. Maddie Mogan and back downstairs.
And he was here.
And I couldn't really see much of him, but I'm almost positive he's wearing a full black outfit. I couldn't really see much of him, but I'm almost positive he's wearing a full black outfit. And he had this mask that was just over his forehead and over his mouth, and he didn't say anything to me, like, at all. I just shut the door and locked it, because I didn't know what to do. And I think he went out, like, the side door, the sliding door in the kitchen, that goes out to the backyard.
Okay.
And then I didn't know anything else, so I called, and I was like, I just need to come downstairs and find you, because I don't know where anyone else is. And I called Maddie, I called Dana, I called Kaylee, no one would answer.
Okay.
I called Maddie, I called Dana, I called Kaylee, no one would answer.
Okay. All right. Here's Zena. Do you know how old she is?
She's 20.
She's saying this morning around 4. There's a guy, black mask, was in there. She didn't recognize him. She heard girls screaming upstairs. She got scared, locked herself in the room, and then the screaming all stopped. She's pretty sure that this masked person went out the back. Okay. And right now, I'm getting all the information. She knows where the two girls are up there. I haven't told her who's deceased. They just have 4 people that are unaccounted for. Right now, whose dog? Who owns a dog? And then I'll finish. The door downstairs next to the bathroom. Who has access to that? CHAPI, but pretty sure he's in that room.
I think so.
So you have a student?
Yes.
And you don't see him here right now? You see, but pretty sure he's in that room.
I think so. I think it's told me. I don't know for sure.
All right, and then the 2 additional roommates that aren't here right now,
They're not.
that aren't here with you.
Yeah.
What are their names?
Maddie Mogan, MADDIEAC.
You're doing very well. I don't know. We got to process this whole thing.
That makes sense.
I'm asking a lot of you, so I appreciate you. You're doing very well.
Do you know if the other 2 girls are upstairs or not?
Right now, what we got to do is we got to process this whole thing.
That makes sense.
I don't know what I'd be permitted to.
That's fine.
Right
That's
now, okay?
fine. I understand.
Okay, let's go back. I just want to make sure we're getting everything. So you're sure.
And scream and run downstairs.
So 4 this morning, first noticed a guy.
Well, I first noticed Katie go upstairs and scream and run downstairs.
So 4 this morning, went upstairs
Yeah.
to the way top.
Yes, to her room with Murphy the dog.
Okay.
And
And
then
then you heard Kaylee scream.
I heard her scream and run as fast as she could downstairs, and she said someone's here.
She ran downstairs.
Yes, I could hear. You can hear everything. Pretty much. I heard her run downstairs really fast.
You can hear everything. It's just, you can hear everything.
And then I heard Murphy barking a lot.
Okay.
And then I heard her going to the I think it was the bathroom, and I remember her sobbing, and I just remember hearing this guy's voice, and I didn't recognize saying, "You're gonna be okay, I'm gonna help you," but it wasn't like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, it wasn't in like a nice way, it was like a weird way, like a weird tone.
You're gonna be okay. I'm gonna help you.
Yeah.
And you didn't hear anything from Kaylee anymore?
No, after that I didn't hear anything. So then I kept calling for her name. I called on my phone, I called Xana, Maddie, and Kaylee, none of them answered. So then I opened up the door to look, and that's when I saw the guy pass by. He looked at me, but he didn't come towards me or say anything, which was really confusing to me. I don't understand that. And I'm pretty sure he went out the side door. And then I called and said she thought maybe there was a fire or like a firework. We didn't know. She heard this loud noise and there was a light, I guess.
Did you hear like a pop, like a bang?
I don't know. Did you hear it bang?
It's what she heard.
Okay.
That's what she heard.
Okay, never mind. You sit there. I didn't hear that.
Hey, where are you going right now?
I'm just going to pick up my phone.
Okay. To the left, please.
Yeah, I can.
Or
I
gunshot?
told her I don't think I ever heard a bang. I didn't think anything about fire or firework.
Or
And so
gunshot?
I told her I don't think I heard anything of that, but I also was kind of in and out of it because I was so scared and I was really tired. And that's when I called and I told her, I need to come to your room because she was the only one that was answering me. So I just ran down there, and for a second I stopped and I saw Xana passed out, and I thought maybe she was just like sleeping or something. I didn't think anything because I was so out of it. And I went into the room and we just fell asleep. And then we woke up this morning and no one was waking up at all. Like, no one was answering, which was really weird because all of us wake up around like 9 or 10.
Nobody was calling anybody. Bethany didn't call anybody. Dylan didn't call anybody. Nobody was answering. What? I don't understand that. Like, Bethany didn't call a single person. Bethany didn't text a single person in that house. Dylan texted both girls once at 10:23 and at 11:36.
And then I called to come check, and he came here first, and I told him what happened, and then he looked in the room, and he said he needed to get out and call the cops.
Okay. The guy that you saw, I know it was dark, right? Or were there lights on in the house?
I think there were lights on in the house, I believe.
Okay.
I don't really know what he looked like because he had a mask, but he wasn't like super tall.
How tall are you?
I'm 5'10". I think it was maybe my height an inch or two higher or lower. I can't really remember.
Higher or lower. Higher or lower. So that could be 5'8" to 6 foot.
So about 6 foot.
I think so. Around there.
How was he built? Fat, skinny, stocky?
More like skinny, but like basketball player kind of skinny. Like not too skinny, but like almost fit skinny in a way. That's what I think. I don't know for sure.
And then the voice, he said, when he said those words, you didn't recognize that voice before.
I didn't recognize him or his voice. I mean, I also couldn't see him, but I didn't recognize that voice at all. So it didn't cross my mind if that could be.
Did you guys have a party last night too? Or?
Not tonight, but there was and we had like a formal thing beforehand. That was 2 days ago.
Okay. Is there anything that popped out about that event that was concerning?
No, I mean, I went to Ethan, he is with my friend Xana, and who are dating when Xana went there. I was there for a little bit, and then I went to my friend's house down the street, and then I came back home with my friend. Everything was fine, nothing weird at all, nothing suspicious until 4 a.m.
Okay. All right. I don't think I have any more questions for you right now.
Okay, if you do decide.
Somebody else will.
Okay, sounds good.
So let's grab that. Let's go back over there.
Okay.
All right. Who else lives here? Can I get your last name, please? Hey. And is your driver's license through what state? Can you talk over there?
Okay, all black with that on. Just 1 second. Okay.
What time do you think you fell asleep?
Just
You're doing great. About 124.
and my friend watching Vampire Diaries on the couch.
You and okay. Watching Vampire Diaries.
Yeah.
You
And then this is one of my friends.
oh, okay. All female.
Yes.
The second level? Okay. And then for how long?
I don't know. And then Maddie and Caleb came home from the club. And then we all hung out in Caleb's room for a little while.
So Maddie and Kaylee, probably till closing at least. And grip trap. Okay. And then they came home. And grip trap. Okay. And then they came home at about what time? It's okay. You're doing great. So they did get home at 2?
Yes.
How do you know that?
I just have a picture of Kelly's room with Murphy.
Okay. Then what happened after that?
And then me and Maddie put out Murphy, and then
Murphy's the dog?
yeah,
Okay.
and then I went inside to go to bed, and she was still taking him out. And then I was in my bed, like, about to go to sleep, and Maddie just said that she lost Murphy. Like, she was, like, and was wondering if he was with me, and I just said no. And then I went to bed.
And what time do you think you fell asleep?
Maybe 2:30.
Okay. What time did you wake up at all between 2 and...
I heard something like loud and Murphy like bark. Like usually like she barks at things. And then I thought I saw like a firecracker, so I thought someone maybe was just drunk and like put a firecracker in the house.
Where?
Because I was kind of still asleep, so I wasn't sure if it was like real.
Where? Put a firecracker in the house. Where?
So, I'm sorry, I had listening to a couple things at a time. Loud, you thought you saw a firecracker because of a quick flash?
Yeah, through like my door, but I was like still half asleep, so I don't know if it was like real. I thought it was maybe a dream.
Unbelievable.
Okay. And then, did you ever like pick up your phone to see what time it was? Or?
Oh,
Did you pick up your phone to see what time was? Well, maybe.
maybe I might have called her and asked her what was happening, because sometimes these are things, and I'll call her and be like, oh, what was happening? She's just sleeping.
Okay.
Right there. Oh, maybe I could call and ask what happened. Like, what do you mean? Like, yeah, I fucking called and said, what the hell is going on? 4:19, 7 seconds. Beth calls Dill.
Do you guys recognize all these vehicles in here?
Yeah.
What about it?
I tried to call Maddie and Ethan and Xana and all them at like 4:20.
So you called...
I tried Maddie and Ethan and Xana and all them at like 4:20.
So you called...
4:20.
I tried to call all of them. And
Maddie?
Answering, but they,
At what time?
4:30 and 4:22.
What?
And then 4:21. And then Ethan at 4:22. And then Carrie at 4:31. I thought they were close.
At 4:31?
Yeah.
So no answer, and then did you go to sleep after that?
Yeah, I just kind of fell asleep again. I was like half awake.
Okay. And then what throughout your day you got up at what time today?
I like woke up because my jaw was hurting really bad. I took some Advil at like 6 or 7, and then I just went back to bed. So I figured no one would be up anyways. And then I didn't wake up until we called you guys.
Okay.
I didn't wake up again until we called you guys again. Did she say again?
I didn't wake up until we called you guys.
Okay.
And then I didn't wake up until we called you guys.
Okay.
Wait, what? Did she say again?
I didn't wake up until we called you guys.
Okay.
What?
Moscow 70, can I get the time this call was generated? Moscow 70.
To bed. So I figured no one would be up anyways. And then I didn't wake up until we called you guys.
Okay. Moscow 70. Can I get? Do you remember seeing anybody in there that wouldn't belong?
Downstairs the whole time with my door locked. That's why I always think of it.
Right there. She says she's always scared.
Time with my door locked. That's why I always think of it. I didn't really hear anything either. I thought they were just being like loud and making things.
Very typical.
I really didn't see anything. But they were just being loud and making.
Do you have for what's Maddie's preference? Is anybody having any issues with anybody right now? Stuff, right?
No, that was
those are okay. And then I was talking to you about the formal stuff, right?
No, that was
those are okay. So you guys had a formal.
Letters were formal yesterday.
No issues? Okay, everybody got along? And you were out here when I rolled up?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
That's why I rolled it back. She wasn't, but
yeah.
Okay.
But there is a person that's standing right next to that pole, though. I think I found.
So I don't know if I have any other questions for you right now. Okay. I appreciate that you did write them down or something. And then we'll make sure everybody has the detective's case number. If anything comes to mind. Physically, thank you very much. Who, by show of hands, who was all here when I got here? Sorry to talk to you too. Okay. All right. 1 second. Don't know if they ran into anybody last night. They got grub truck after. Don't know if they ran into. There's no issues at formal. I did a very preliminary interview with the two people that live here and that were here last night. Everybody else I'm about to identify was not here last night, but was here in the parking area when I rolled up. So I'll just get their information. Perfect.
Everybody asked, is any of these cars belong to these guys?
Ryan asked, sounds like they recognize all these vehicles to include some of the ones down there.
If they ask, then these can leave for the time being.
Okay.
We need to start, when guys can get here, we'll start figuring out how to get them somewhere warm.
Yeah. A couple of them did ask about like bottles of water or something. I don't know if there's anybody logistically that can work that out. We can call EMS.
I have a couple bottles in my car.
Okay. I know would be willing to help out however they can.
Okay, I'll go grab those out of my car.
Okay.
And then
they keep asking what's the status of all 4 people. I don't tell them we're figuring it out.
They all know.
If they ask, dude. Okay.
They all know. They all know. They all know. What the fuck? All right, guys. Join me back here. Run it back. There's your marathon. Appreciate it. Appreciate you guys. All my Pisces out there. Pisces. Pisces. Karen said, thank you for all that you do. It's nice to know good people still exist. Thank you, Karen. Appreciate that. I'll be back here. Join me. Don't want to miss it. Don't want to miss it. Karen Reed, Turtle Boy case tonight. I made a pre-recorded video. Check it out. Peace out.